I believe we can start, or we need to wait for some people to take their seats. Anja?
Ми можемо починати.
We can start. Actually, it was predictable there will not be enough seats. Good morning, everyone. You look great after yesterday's evening. Actually, it's great news. It's warmer today, unlike yesterday. Therefore, I think we can have a chat in a quieter atmosphere. Today, we talk to excellent journalists from Ukraine and abroad. And I'm elated to host a panel with one of the best world investigative media, Bellingcat. This is Christo Grozev, Peter van Huys from Bellingcat. We can see that recently Bellingcat was investigating Ukraine quite a lot recently. We await the film about the Wagner affair and other investigations. Today we have 1 hour to discuss how Bellingcat investigates Ukraine. Oops, the image is missing. Could you please fix that? So, how Bellingcat investigates Ukraine. We will talk about how it all happens, how the idea comes to mind. I will not ask many questions. I'd rather that you asked these people questions. These people are here in Ukraine. Feel free to ask them. So, Christo, over to you.
Yeah, so that Peter can understand everything and correct me if he can. We are often accused, especially by Russian but also by international colleagues, that we have taken the side of Ukraine in most of our investigations. And then we've been accused by Ukrainian patriots, sometimes that we take an anti-Ukrainian side. So I just wanted to set the plate clear before we continue. When we started investigating, our first big investigation in 2014 was the MH17 downing. And we started, Peter can talk about that because he's one of the brains behind the initial open source investigations into MH17. But we started without a pre-concept, a pre-understanding of who is guilty. I started investigating it at the same time that it happened. I was not part of Bellingcat in the first months yet, but I also started with a completely agnostic approach. I wasn't sure who was in charge. There were certain initial signals and symptoms that it was the Russian army, but we could not be sure. So after many months and years of investigation, it turned out that we believe conclusively that it was the Russian government and the Russian army that shot it down by mistake, we believe. But the outcome was not part of why we were doing it. We were doing it to find the truth, and we used facts and objective data to find who we were going to publish whatever outcome we had found out, even if it had turned out to be the Ukrainian government that by mistake had shot down the plane. Similarly, several years later, we received a request from your government, from the Ukrainian government, to look at a set of data. 100,000, 10,000 or more than 10,000 phone calls that were intercepted in December, January 2015 around the area of Mariupol. And they asked us to independently validate and verify whether, or to try to identify the people who were on these phone calls, who were discussing about shelling the Ukrainian army, whether they're separatists, whether they're Russian officers, whether they're maybe Ukrainians, and if they contributed to the shelling of residential areas in Mariupol. This was the first time that the government actually approached us and asked us to look at data, and it was a very controversial internal decision. We had to think whether we want to do that or not. We came back with the ultimatum. We said we will do that, but only if we are able to publish the findings, whatever they are, even if it turns out that, yes, it was a Russian operation, but it was not responsible for the residential shelling. And remember that the Russian government had made a statement that it's Ukrainian. It's a Ukrainian false flag operation, that the Ukrainian army had actually shelled its own residential area. So we asked, are you fine with us publishing that, if that is the outcome? And they said, yeah. So we agreed, and we did the investigation, and it turned out conclusively that it was the Russian army. We identified 11 top Russian army officials who were supervising on the ground and from Russia the operation. And actually, we think that the SBU stole our intellectual property, and they claimed they found them, but we found them, so fine, that's fine. But stories like that created the long-term impression we're taking a side, and we don't take a side, and this was proven by the fact that, let me just step back and in one sentence describe what we do and what we don't do as topics of investigations. Bellingcat naturally started because of its founders and its journalists' previous focus on war crimes, the Syria chemical weapons use, which Elliot Higgins was obsessed with and focused on, and MH17 and other war crimes. That is our core interest. So we do war crimes, we do state crimes, and we do hate crimes. State crimes we do because we think that the current legal system in the world does not allow for state-sponsored crimes to be investigated by anyone. I'll give you an example. The poisoning of Alexei Navalny. We proved that it was organized and conducted by the Russian state. Not a single prosecution in Europe or the world is willing to take over that case and investigate it. It's simply because of the old-fashioned concept that states cannot be criminals and that each state has the sovereignty to investigate crimes on its own territory. So we've been trying to convince any government in Europe to take over the investigation and to use our evidence as a starting point. No, nobody wants to do it, not even Germany, which, on the territory of which Navalny almost died because it was a touch-and-go situation. If he had died, Germany would have investigated because it would be called the last stage of a crime. But because he didn't die, they wouldn't. With the Skripal poisoning, which we also investigated, yes, the United Kingdom can investigate, but they're not going to take it to a court proceedings because of another problem, which is that no country in Europe, and especially in the Anglo-Saxon legal sphere, wants to prosecute in court a case in which the criminals are not caught. So trials in absentia, it's actually an exception, not the rule. So because, of course, the criminals, the GRU poisoners, are in Russia and they will never be caught, this is likely to never get the light of day in court, and the public is not going to find out what really happened. So these are two examples that show why somebody like us, and it could be other journalists, but we focus on these crimes that will never see a light of day in court for different reasons. And then we focus on hate speech as well, but it's more of a personal activist choice by many of our journalists because of the injustice of it all. So the hate speech part resulted in a series of investigations by our colleagues into Azov and extreme rights movements in Ukraine. And some of those investigations showed a Russian link, but not all of them. Some of them showed a homegrown extreme right-wing movement in Ukraine. And the publication of those investigations has resulted in a lot of accusations against Bellingcat that we are a Russian front or we are not patriotic enough. And we can't be patriotic enough because we are not a Ukrainian media. And in my understanding, also Ukrainian journalists should be first journalists and then Ukrainians, except at a time of war, which is where you are now. So it's a bit of a special situation. But in any way, that is what we do as a direction of our investigations. And in the course of investigating the war in eastern Ukraine, we come across a lot of Ukraine-related data. It doesn't mean that the Ukrainian government or the Ukrainian state is guilty, but we see crimes that were committed maybe from the previous administration in Ukraine that are not prosecuted today. We're trying to publicize these facts so that hopefully they're prosecuted. But that doesn't always happen. So we have found in the course of our investigations that certain Ukrainian officials were working with the GRU and with the FSB, former Ukrainian officials or even former Ukrainian members of the secret services. They're still in Ukraine now. They still work in commercial structures, some of them still in security services, but nobody's going after them. I think there's an innocent explanation to that, which is that it's impossible to prosecute everybody. So your security services and your law enforcement are going after the most visible and the highest impact guilty people. But all I'm saying is that there's a lot more bad actors who cooperated with war criminals that are still living and working in Ukraine today. And if the law, you have to understand that law enforcement, as I'm sure you do, they're lazy by definition in every country. So they won't go and investigate a former colonel from the SBU who cooperated with the GRU and is now working as a private entrepreneur in Dnipro, unless media pushes them to do that, or unless there's a political reason for them to go and do that. So the role of media, and mostly Ukraine media, is to actually identify such cases and publicize them and push them in the face of law enforcement. We cooperated with Stanislav Aseev in his own investigation of Izolatia in Donetsk. And we helped prove that some of the criminals who were actually running this concentration camp received Russian citizenship and Russian protection shortly after the sort of invasion by Russia of eastern Ukraine. But again, it took him a long time to get law enforcement to focus on this as a crime. And the role of media, in our understanding, and the role of Bellingcat as part of that is to make it impossible for law enforcement to ignore cases of that for them are not so important and not so interesting. We found, for example, in our own investigations that a general from the SBU, a former general from the SBU, Shaitanov, you may remember the case, the FSB had started recruiting him in 2014. And he himself actually had volunteered that, according to internal communication we found. But it took 5 years for Ukrainian law enforcement to arrest him. And this is a deficiency. How come we knew and they didn't? So media can accelerate the process of bad actors being prosecuted. And this is especially important in Ukraine, where the war, hot or cold, is still continuing. And there can be still damage done by bad actors. Yeah, with that, I just gave a short summary of some of the overlaps between our war crime investigations and Ukraine. But because Peter worked a lot on the MH17 investigation and also on disinformation campaigns by Russia that affect Ukraine, maybe you can say a few words on that as well, and then we can go to questions. Well, with MH17, when you started the open source investigation, did you have an understanding early on who is guilty, or when did it come? And how did your assessment of Ukraine's role?
I think it was different for everyone. You told me at the beginning you actually thought, oh, these recordings might be fake, etc.
The SBU intercepts that were published.
I had already been following the front lines at the time, and I really did have a feeling, or at least I began to notice quite fast that everything was already pointing in the direction that this was the Russian side, or at least the separatist side. And that's because I was already following the weapons movement in this conflict area. And but of course I was still open to all possibilities, but it was already, and we found a lot of new things because we did not expect it to be a Russian army unit there. We expected separatists to have a kind of weapon. But it was also because of Russia's behavior that they immediately started behaving very guilty and immediately shouting false flag of attack. That's a very familiar pattern, and usually the harder they shout this, the more guilty they are. So I already had an opinion there, but I definitely did not, we went after every scenario, also because you want to be able to exclude scenarios that other people will keep bringing up. So definitely you have to remain independent, and you also have to realize that Ukraine was at the time a young democracy, but it was a country in chaos, and it doesn't mean that Ukraine is always innocent. And there's also maybe perhaps still the issue of the airspace, whether they had enough time to close it or not. So definitely it's not a one-way thing. It's not just looking at the crimes of Russia. No, definitely not. Yeah, but that's the good thing about Ukraine, is that at least we have the possibility to, some of my colleagues who write about the far-right movements in this country, but still we are welcome here. That means that to some degree, to a high degree, Ukraine is functioning. There is open media, there is press freedom, but it's not perfect yet. Of course, it's not perfect in any country, but so that's what I want to say. On the one hand, there is, after a while, there does grow some sympathy for Ukraine because of we realize what's going on in this country. We realize there's a really big bully on the east side doing these things, and Ukraine cannot do much against them. They're of course much bigger, but that doesn't mean we should forget about our duty to also be critical of Ukraine, or just like in my case, I have to be critical of my home country, the Netherlands, stuff like that.
Yeah, you want to add?
Because we can't avoid the Wagner topic, and that is related.
Yes, of course.
Yes, so I would like to describe how we got into that and where we are. Obviously, because of our focus on the war, we acquired an understanding of how the Russian secret services work, which is almost outside of the secret services of the West, which I hope have a better understanding than we do. I'm not sure. But I think among journalists, at least, we have probably the best understanding of how Russian secret services work, both the GRU and the FSB. And we have a pretty good understanding of how the private armies work and what their role is in the Russian foreign policy, such as Wagner and others. There are a couple of Russian journalists that understand it even better because they have friends among those mercenaries, but at least from non-Russians, we tend to believe we have a good understanding. So in 2020, the summer of 2020, we were monitoring certain movements of mercenaries. We were monitoring certain movements, certain phone calls because of other investigations that we were doing. And we noticed that something was going on. And we noticed a movement of a lot of mercenaries to Belarus. And we started finding out more. We started tracking people ourselves. And we found out that there's an ongoing operation. So it was clear to us that something was happening. It was not clear exactly what, but there was clearly a Ukrainian connection as well. And then everything exploded with the announcement of the arrests of the 33 or so Russian mercenaries in Belarus. And then we immediately tried contacting people within the former Special Services of Ukraine to ask what has happened, what is this. And then we received sort of a retroactive explanation. Yes, it was our operation. Still not over, because we are hoping that Belarus will hand over these people, or at least most of them, to Ukraine. So there was a period of hope among people formerly in the security apparatus that although this was not the perfect operation that they were hoping for, there would be still a positive outcome. To me, that seemed very naive, because it's clear that Lukashenko will trade this gold mine to, and he can only trade with one party, because if he trades with Ukraine, then he loses 100% of his support from the Kremlin. And he can only trade it as a poker chip. He can pretend that he's talking to Ukraine, but actually achieve the maximum from Russia, which he did. So it was clear to me that that would fail. What happened after that is we just put the pieces together by not only talking to sources, but actually obtaining objective data, which means telephone calls, which means, or billing records rather than telephone calls, which means travel data for known Wagner operatives. And we saw an objective picture that more or less coincides with what has been described by independent media in Ukraine and by whistleblowers. I mean, not 100%, but mostly that is the story. There was an operation. It was sanctioned. It was clearly a multi-agency operation. It was not a rogue operation of some small team. And it was intended to capture these 33 as part of a larger group, but 33 were the important ones, or the ones who were both important enough and stupid enough to sign up for a job with a fake private army company that was actually run by Ukrainian special service officers who had great acting skills, no question about that. And then, for a legitimate or illegitimate reason, the operation was delayed by 4 days. And that's the part where we can't finish the puzzle, because there can be a legitimate explanation to why. It could be that it was a multi-country operation and one country, whether that's the United States or Turkey or whatever, decided to de-escalate at the last moment. It could be that there was a simultaneous process of negotiation that would be affected by this operation proceeding. It could be a very stupid but not criminal belief that 3 days is nothing. Or it could be an illegitimate explanation that somebody actually wanted it to fail. For example, because they didn't want to escalate relationships with the Kremlin, which could be, again, either criminal or not criminal. It could be a bad political decision. That's the part where we don't have the answer to, and we're not going to get that part of the truth when the government doesn't talk to us, and they don't, about this topic. But the fact is that the operation did take place. It was what I wanted to disclose, and this was going to be probably the main contribution into the documentary film that we're still making, is that we were able to reach out to mercenaries and to interview them. And some of them openly spoke on camera about the whole recruitment process. They showed us evidence from their own side of how they were fooled into this. Most of them knew that they would be followed and interrogated by the FSB after giving us interviews, so they came up with some sort of softening explanations, saying most of us only pretended that we were fighting in eastern Ukraine, so even if they had arrested us, this would not have been a big coup for Ukraine. But actually, from objective data, from our own investigations, we see that they did fight in eastern Ukraine, that did kill people, they did shoot down airplanes and helicopters. So they were trying to lower their importance in talking to us. But they showed us their tickets, they showed us their own communication with the fake recruiters. So we have a multi-angle proof or body of evidence showing that this operation did take place. And it's in a way sad that the government doesn't want to admit that it happened, because if it did, then all the accumulated evidence in this fake recruitment process could be used in courts. And it could be extremely valuable, for example, in the MH17 case. But instead, the government has chosen to be silent about it. And then this cannot be used in court. So that's my only big feeling of regret here, because even with a failed operation, it's still a success, because it proved that the Russian secret services are sleeping, that they can be beaten, that the Ukrainian secret services are pretty competent. So even with that, even if you only take the evidence that has been collected, which is hundreds of hours of phone calls of people admitting who their bosses were from the Russian army, what crimes they committed, how they accompanied book tellers from the Russian border to Luhansk, all of that is evidence that would be already a big success. But unfortunately, it is now just a statement by whistleblowers, not evidence.
I just want to ask the question about, you said that Ukrainian government doesn't talk to you about this case, right? Of course, everyone waiting for the documentary when you publish it. Did you have interview with some officials in Ukraine about this case? If yes, if no, what they tell you? I mean, top officials.
No, as I said, we're not getting a response at all.
So they just told you that they will never do it, or you waiting?
No, we're still hoping. We're waiting. So it's not a we will never do it. It's just avoiding the question.
How many months? No, just.
Well, it's at least 6 months, but in a way, I'll be completely honest. I think the threat of the film has actually forced the government into doing some positive things. So
you just keep them.
Yes. I mean, they did do some daring, brave things to prove that they're not the bad guys. So let's give them 3 more months of doing good things.
Yes, it's good. You want to ask something for this?
This March you came to Ukraine and you were supposed to have an interview with Andrei Yermak. Was it cancelled? Well, even if we had this intention, we didn't have the interview. It didn't happen. This is the only thing I can say.
Can you tell when the documentary will be published, or?
Let me explain one more time. Actually, I recorded my answer on the phone because I get this question 6 times a day on average.
Yes.
So I just play it. But because this is journalists and not just regular people, I'll explain. There's actually 3 products that we're working on. One is the documentary film, which is a 2-hour real Hollywood documentary film that is being produced by leading directors, award-winning directors from Hollywood. That is a long-term project. That is not something we can, that we have a lot of influence on how long it takes. That will win all kind of awards. That will be definitely nominated for Oscar for documentary. I don't expect that will be out before the beginning of next year. So it's not something that you should wait soon. But for sure, because I've seen how much money has been invested in that and the directors that have been hired, for sure it will be a major film. But it will not be a news cycle thing. It will not be something that you can, well, basically it will be a retroactive view on how it happened and the meta effects of this, of how people talk about it and how the government is not talking about it. So that will be a very interesting film, but it's not a news thing. We wanted to do a shorter documentary, a sort of a video news thing on this. And then we found out that CNN are working on a similar thing, and we decided to let them and to help them do it. They were planning to publish it at around the time of Zelensky's visit to Washington. And we were going to publish at the same time our print or our text version of the investigation. But because of the war in Afghanistan, or because of what happened in Afghanistan, CNN said we're not interested in anything other than Afghanistan. So the CNN team that worked on the video version were not given airtime. So they tell me they will still publish it within the month, within this month, I think. And if they publish it, or as soon as they publish it, we will publish our text investigation as well. But again, the text investigation will not be able to answer the question, was it a criminal cancellation, or was it a stupid political decision, or was it a very smart political decision that we don't understand? It only focuses on how it happened, and that it did happen, and that it was a daring operation that was very well carried out.
Okay, you also announced other stories will be published about Ukraine. Peter, maybe you can tell something, or what you're working on around Ukraine, not only, or...
Yes, so yesterday I already explained the story about the disinformation project related to MH17, how the GRU has been heavily involved in creating such disinformation narratives, and that these GRU officers turn out that they have been more active in Ukraine. Soon we have the second part of this investigation, and it shows that there's a familiar pattern, that it's always about spreading conspiracies, keeping the alternative theories alive. This is their main goal. But this is not the only thing that that I've been working on. We will also have a bigger revelation about something in the so-called DNR-LNR region, in the Donbass region, about the years 2014-2016. There will be a revelation about that some of the leadership at the time of DNR-LNR have had are actually members of what already many people suspect are members of either the GRU or the FSB. We have found out some of their fake names, the fact that they have either FSB passports or GRU passports. So I think that in Ukraine this will also be a very significant story.
And also one of the people, I mean, in addition to the people from DNR and LNR leadership, we found that some of the former government officials who ran away, including a former prosecutor, they received FSB or GRU fake identities as well, and they live in Russia with fake names, so that would be part of the story as well.
When will you publish it? Yeah. As editor, I should ask.
Within a few months, certainly.
Yes, and what else you working on?
Well, there's Ukraine-related. Ukraine is a very free society. It's the opposite of Russia, yeah. So we have to be happy and a bit aware of that, because what we see is infiltration by some human rights organizations by bad actors. One thing we've identified is that the organization that supports, or one of the organizations that supports Belarusian immigrants or political refugees may have been infiltrated by FSB officers, because we found that one of these organizations was actually co-founded by a person with very strong connections to the FSB. And yeah, I won't say more because otherwise he or she may leave the country before they're arrested. But that's one thing that is ready, and we're just waiting to see if there will be law enforcement action on that person. But if not, we'll publish it probably in the beginning of October.
Good. Questions?
the question is the following. After Navalny, Christos said that in the next few years, probably he would not pursue any story because it would not be possible to make a story as big as that. So why did you went for the Wagner story? Because even if it becomes a hit, it still would be less important than the Navalny poisoning. And the next question, I'm still puzzled. Why did you announce that you investigate these Wagner scandals? So usually it's kept secret, and here you just told everyone that you are investigating this operation.
Well, first of all, I did say that there's nothing more I can do that will top the Navalny investigation, but as part of that investigation, we found that Navalny was only one of the victims of a state machine for killing. And for me, that investigation is not over because we have explained so far only about 20% of the trips of this kill team. And there's 80% more to be explained. And we've identified so far 5 attempted or actual murders conducted by the FSB. And we think there's about 20 more that need to be identified. So that itself is not over. And until that's over, I can't obviously stop that project. The Wagner investigation, actually, it's completely different from anything else because we just saw it happen before our eyes in real time, the operation. And we were like, oh my God, this is so interesting. The Russian security services are much worse than we thought. So it was not really an investigation. It was more of a story, a narrative about the small Ukrainian secret services, who everybody says is chaos, it's corruption, they don't know what they're doing. Actually, we're able to fool the scariest, the biggest, best funded secret service operators in the whole world. So it was more of a film than an investigation. And because Bellingcat just launched a new subsidiary, which is called Bellingcat Productions, where the goal is to bring to more people the stories that we work on. Because when we write a 5,000-page report, it is usually read only by journalists and not by the audiences. And we want to make a lot of these boring stories interesting for more people. So one of the first projects we decided to do for Bellingcat Productions was the Wagner story. So when I announced it, I didn't even think it was controversial. I didn't think that the government will be denying it happened. I just thought, what a great victory for Ukraine. Then after that, it became controversial because the government came up with the sequence of crazy explanations why it didn't happen. So I was meaning to make it a positive announcement that we'll do this positive film about Ukrainian Secret Service. I had no idea that it would be a negative thing for some. And we have several other films that we're working on, including a multi-episode series about all of the assassinations we've identified. So that will have at least 7 episodes. And in a way, that's where I will be focusing after the active investigation career.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. Ukraine has this conversation on whether data on military action should be publicized. Yuri Butusov says that this information is classified not because it can harm either the army or the Ukrainian state interest, but because there's money that is stolen. Or I realize you work with classified data often. Do you often see the data and realize that should actually be opened and they should not be concealed from the Ukrainian public? What do you think?
У нас больше такой информации по...
Well, we have more data like that about the Russian army. With regards to Ukraine, we can only see it in specific cases like the Wagner operation. I can see that during these Russian military operations, they often conceal information even from their own leaders. Example, Mariupol was shelled. The city of Mariupol was shelled, and we heard the Russian military killing one of their own by mistake and then leaving the bodies on the battleground, and the bodies were changed into a different uniform, different clothes, so that it was like a false flag, so that it would look as if the Ukrainians shot them or they were not their people. And then they had to make an arrangement how they're going to report to Moscow that these people are not one of our own. When they tried shelling the city of Mariupol, they used this shell, it exploded and 12 people died. So we see the mistakes by the military, and they never report those mistakes because it's going to hamper their career. It's going to be the end of their career. So we believe maybe the Ukrainian side is making similar mistakes too. So they try to make it as classified as possible everywhere, because mistakes happen at war. Regarding your question about the corruption, unfortunately, Ukraine has endemic corruption, and I am almost certain that there are a lot of corrupt individuals that contribute to this classifying and lack of transparency. But Ukraine is transparent, and journalists can go after that. We know that government often changes in Ukraine. So there's always a chance that in 2 to 3 years' time you will have a completely transparent country. I'm an optimist here, so I'm sure you can do it.
That too, so we do have answer. If you see
yes,
sometimes.
Yes, I understand. I had not actually prepared the answer, but
You have time.
I would say we always think about what we publish. We always think whether it can have consequences. Should there be names not there, and not just war related, also whether when we have personal stuff, is it per a journalistic standard to have this included? So. We always think about that, and we also learn from it. For example, with the MH17 case, I speak with people who lost family in this crash, and one of them told something I had never thought of before, and he said, "Well, you should not well, he didn't say it like that. He said, after I asked, is there any things that you don't want to hear when we write about MH17?" And media in general, not Bellingcat, but is there something we don't share? And they say yes. The photos of the crash site, it's not so fun. I'm thinking that's where my brother is when I see those photos, and I thought, of course, that makes sense. I never thought of that. Even it's just a black field, like you don't think about that, and you learn along the way. Some things you release. We have all kinds of databases, but we release bits of it. We know. Lots of innocent people can be harmed by it, so yes.
To add to my question about the Wagner mercenary, Ukrainian information space had so many versions of what could have happened. One of the interesting things was that this operation was prepared not only by Ukrainian secret services, but there were countries that collaborated. What do you think? After this unpredictable political decisions, what political ramifications shall it have for Ukraine? Given that we have the NATO ambition and we step up military cooperation, but having said that, our authorities make these inexplicable decisions. It's going to be my personal opinion, because I do not have detailed information on the political ramifications. But if different countries collaborated as part of this operation, then this must have been the secret services, not necessarily the political elites. So the political consequences could be mitigated later on if MI6 or the Central CIA, if they were not involved, maybe it was just an information exchange between the secret services. Generally speaking, though, if the secret services of these countries are involved and if they have an understanding on the political elite, then obviously these decisions could be harmful. Even after the explanation of why that was done, this would render Ukraine as a less predictable state for partnerships. Therefore, I think that in any case, if there was collaboration with the other states, it will have this effect of reducing the level of trust. Inaudible. The speaker does not use the microphone. Inaudible. The speaker does not use the microphone. Did you talk to third parties? We don't want to talk to members of the Secret Service, and it's a principle. Ukraine is an exception because members of the Secret Service resign quite quickly. In the US, it's difficult because they know the case. Sometimes they resign, and in Ukraine, you have people who basically quit the service every year, so it's easy to talk to them. More questions from the audience?
Ukraine, when you visit Ukraine, I'm telling not only about Ukrainian government who maybe they are not happy with work you do, but I'm also saying about Russian people who can come here. Do you feel surveillance here or something when you visit? Because I know sometimes you visit Ukraine pretty often, right?
Yes, we're here. We went mountain hiking with Peter and Roman Dobrokhotov for 3 days. And in Carpathia, and we didn't have mobile coverage, so I think for the Russian government that was the worst 3 days because they had no idea what these three guys are doing. But to be honest, no, I don't feel safe here. After investigating so many special operations of Russian security services, including operations where they use local criminals, they don't always use only FSB officers. They don't always use corrupt SBU officers like Shaitanov. They use criminal gangs, Chechen criminal gangs, regular criminal gangs. So of course, the danger can come from anywhere. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I come here for a month to live. I would not feel comfortable. But life is short, so we're trying to live it to the maximum.
Yes, but do you feel surveillance here or something like that? Do you get signals that someone here around you? Or?
Digital surveillance, yes. We assume that our phones, when they're connected to public networks here, are being penetrated. We've seen external surveillance, but we hope that's the government just trying to protect us.
How about you?
Well, less so than Christo, but there's also one incident you don't mention, but...
Go ahead, which one?
When you were in an empty hotel restaurant, I think, and suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 women appeared.
Yeah, well, of course, special operations like that, you could expect
So
them.
it happens, yeah. But they did not fool Christo, so...
No, they did not fool Christo.
Добрый день.
Good morning. I was wondering if you're interested in what happens in Belarus. Maybe you have unprocessed data or in documents regarding Belarus. And if you're short of capability, I was wondering if we could collaborate because it's of great interest to us. Thank you. Absolutely, yes. We are only starting looking at Belarusian topic. Today I had a conversation with a good group of robust hackers from Belarus, and they help us to follow some of the leads. So I think Belarus is going to be big in the nearest 2 years. I said that we started working on the topic of how Belarusian diaspora is being infiltrated by the Russian secret services. We've accumulated a body of evidence, and I hope we will access them very soon. Yesterday, I mentioned how oftentimes you find news stories in the data. We have even more data here than compared to the data on Russia, because we have all data about all flights, about all people, and through algorithms that we developed for Russia to look for odd events, for odd figures, human figures. I think we could even outsource it to journalists who know the context way better than we do.
Bruce, me and my colleagues, even though we have not written a big investigation about it, we're following it every day, and we remain very interested in what's going on there, and with so many people locked up, and so definitely something we're not ignoring.
Можна мікрофон? Тут є питання.
Hand over the mic for the question, please. Question. Oleg Peritak, journalist from the city of Lugansk. Christo, I know you were interested in the death of Vitaly Shishov, the head of the Belarusian house in Ukraine. Are you going to investigate that? Do you perceive any other versions apart from the suicide? Thank you. Answer. We keep tabs on that. We see that there's parallel between this death and at least one other death in Belarus. And we see that some things overlap, even though there are not many of those. Between Shishov, between his movement and the FSB agents that is operating here at the moment. But this is not enough to come up with a possible version. We're also interested in how the official investigation is going. There are some hints there too. It is my understanding that one of the law enforcement services was pursuing that, and then this case was transferred. And this is not a very good thing. It's a symptom that it could be like a political search for some of political. So we stand by, we wait, but we are not certain at the moment. Are there any other questions?
From the waiting of the publication, the
Yes.
story about Wagner.
I really believe in it.
Can you tell what it is? Like, what is the positive effect that already happened, and what is the positive effect that you're waiting for?
Ukraine provided a very, very valuable witness to the German investigation into the biggest terrorist crime on German territory in the last 20 years, which is the murder of Chechen Georgian asylum seeker in 2019.
Selim Khan Khankushvili.
I strongly believe that this special operations by the Ukraine to provide this valuable witness was in a way triggered by the desire to show that that they're not pro-Russian, in the fear that the Wagner situation may present them like that. There were several others like that. Some of them are public, but even, for example, the special operation. I mean, I don't want to like say that or to be too ambitious, but even what was done with the Afghanistan very brave operation can be linked a little bit to that. And there are several others that are ongoing, and I don't want to mention them here publicly. But I see 4 or 5 actions that I'm thinking, could these be triggered by that? And for the Berlin thing, I strongly believe it was triggered by that.
Ще питання? Ну, там одночасно підняли.
One question about statement of Zelensky in the interview in 1+1. He said that this about operation of Wagner. This was definitely not our operation. I understand for sure that the idea for such an operation came from other countries. And thank God we demonstrated subjectiveness in this important issue. Do you have some explanation about this word?
Do you? This is very, very confusing. By the way, subjectiveness is the wrong translation because I think he meant sovereignty. But I read it 50 times, and it can definitely be read in two ways. It can mean that it was the Americans who forced it to do this, but we showed sovereignty, which is how many people read it. But it can also mean that, although then it will be phrased very awkwardly or very incorrectly, that it was a Russian special operation and we showed that we are strong enough to resist it. So I wonder if what he meant when he said it was one and then his PR department decided to change it to the other. But I'm also, I always look for the innocent explanation because we as journalists, we tend to always look for the story, and sometimes there's just not story. So it could be that he meant it's a Russian operation, we tried to prevent it, which is not true, that would be a lie. But it could also have a political, legitimate reason. What could be a legitimate political reason for the government to lie? A failed security operation, special operation, usually you don't talk about that. Because it would expose sources and methods without having the gain. It's always a balance. I mean, every disclosed operation shows how you work, and it limits your ability to do it a second time. But if it's a success and you can gain more from disclosing it, then it's a formula that works. The Netherlands, the Dutch Secret Service, made a unique disclosure of their secret operation in 2018 when they showed the faces of 4 Russian GRU officers whom they had tailed while they were trying to hack the Organization for Protection from Chemical Weapons in The Hague. This was very unusual, but the government of the Netherlands decided that in this moment it's better for us to lose a little, to show our tools and methods, but to teach the Russians a lesson. So it's always a balance, but in a case like that, the government should just say no comment and not just come out and openly speak about how it didn't happen and how everybody who says it's happened is a traitor or a Russian spy, because that's ridiculous.
No. It's his project. So.
Yes, and the last question, please.
Can you tell us briefly about the structure of how many people work for you?
Shall I answer this? So Bellingcat, we're officially now a Dutch foundation. We have, well, I'm not going to say a number because I am not sure about the number right now, but up to 20 employees. It used to start as a British website. Now we're a Dutch foundation, and I told you up to 20 people who have a contract. But we also have connections with lots of volunteers. Some of them online, some of them we know personally, and so the structure remains as a Dutch foundation and a website. We remain a Dutch organization, but we still work with lots of people who are not officially part of Bellingcat.
Probably more than the 20.
Yes, I would say so. But still, they're volunteers, so they can do whatever they want. And yes, we've professionalized. We used to be an organization without much editorial oversight. Now we have strict editing standards. Yes, what else can I say about it? Yeah.
Would you like to add about structure of Bellingcat?
I think about the structure, we should also say that a part of the people are investigating, but an even bigger part are training open source, right?
Yes, of course. This is, now I know what I want to say. Part of our income is generated ourselves by giving trainings how to do open source investigation. And since we now have also investigations based not entirely on open sources anymore, we also explain how we done that, because there's so many questions about it. So part of our funding, I cannot give a percentage. It used to be something like 40%. I'm not sure if it's still like that. We generate ourselves by giving trainings, and the others, yeah, we just have to lobby for money here and there. And but we remain not wanting to accept money from governments. We try to keep a distance to that as much as possible.
And when you, a question from me, when you talking about video or documentary, do you have your own video production?
No, that is the company that will own the copyright and develop the story, but we always will partner with another real production company. So for each of our projects, and there are 3 so far, we make a tender, and we actually, for the first one, for this series, we had more than 20 big production companies beg to be our partner. So we had to do a job interview for them, and we choose one of them. So it's a great position to be
Do
in.
you, in what country you choose, or you choose around the world? What company should it be?
We had mostly American and British companies, and we chose one with offices both in Hollywood and in London. So that's the one we chose in that case.
Hard choice.
Yes, hard choice.
So thank you. Unfortunately we have to finish, but people are here. Ви можете їх питати. Thank you for your great speech, and we're always waiting for Bellingcat stories in Ukraine.
Ні. О, працює. Всім доброго дня. Дякую, що всі.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for coming here to discuss the attacks on regional investigative media. We will not discuss all the attacks happening because we would not be able to fit this session in 1 hour. But the topic of this MezhyhiryaFest is the dictatorship of tech, so we will discuss digital attacks. But we will also talk about a very interesting case by Oleg Ogonov from the Mykolaiv Center of Investigative Journalism. So we have Anton Kushnir from the Digital Security Lab. Please stand up. Who said that? Antonina Torbic from Четвертая Влада, the Fourth Estate, Ludmila Pankratova, RPDI, and Oleg Oganov, the Center of Investigative Journalism, Mykolaiv. So, we want to keep our schedule to stay on time, so on the Q&A, we also will strictly monitor the time. First, I would like to ask Anton, what were the risks they saw this year and last year in terms of digital security and cyber security, both in general in Ukraine and for Ukrainian regional media? See, there's no magic here. What you hear on training sessions on digital security, this is what we see. Most attacks are quite basic, like phishing attacks through mail or telegram. These attacks happen. Or some people still have not set up the two-factor authentication, they reuse the password. So some person just saw a leak of your password and then they use that. Or a more complicated option. On Facebook you have changed your password, but it was also used in an older in an older mail which was tied to your account. So they could reset your Facebook account password through the older mail. So yeah, we've heard about these large-scale attacks like the Pegasus thing, but like most attacks we see are very, very trivial. Even people who attended several trading sessions, they see that. What happens often is that messages such as Telegram or WhatsApp or Signal, they can get hacked through intercepting SMS messages. If you heard the presentation by Atanas yesterday on the SS7 vulnerability, this is an open vulnerability. People can intercept your text messages and then overtake your messages. Of course, we have some more interesting cases when websites are hacked. Yeah, it's not often like the user accounts are hacked like say a dozen a month, and websites are hacked like 2 or 3 a year. But usually, like most attacks are like phishing attacks, SMS interception, and the lack of two-factor authentication. So you've mentioned the passwords. And remember that there's one site where you can check if your password is used. Actually, who has not heard about phishing attacks? Who doesn't know what the term means? Oh, okay. Looks like everybody knows. Irina knows and she can talk about this. Okay, so on passwords, how do you make sure that you're safe? Like, yeah, we see these attacks. So the 2FA, will it be the ultimate solution? Look, if the 2FA is set up correctly, well, as I said, they can intercept your text message or SMS. So if you reuse your password, or if it's like Sasha12345, it won't help. The 2FA, if it uses SMS messages and if your threat profile is corresponding. If you have some opponents who want to invest in the attack onto you, they can intercept the text message. So if you are an investigative journalism, the second factor should be using not only not text messages but other means. We have multiple manuals online. It's easy to get. And now it's not 2014 when in Ukraine we had these international speakers who were trying to preach all that. But I will say that now, like half of the people in central Kiev have attended the digital security trainings. And all the trainings repeat the same things, like don't fall for phishing attacks, don't use text messages for the two-factor authentication. So, but still people fall for these attacks. So, Antonina, you have been suffering different attacks quite systematically, and you really manage to do well recovering from these attacks. So you learn from your mistakes, and hopefully also the perpetrators also will be held accountable for that. So, but can you share how the attacks happened? Yeah, well, the DDoS attacks happen quite often, and we've noticed that in Rivne we have this political and business group which really loves whitewashing their reputation. But well, that reputation is difficult to whitewash, so they just either buy advertorials, or they buy the loyalty of the media, or even they can buy a local TV channel. When they can, they are happy. When they can't, well, there are some local media who would not be bought, so they try to damage them in a different way. So they try to launch a DDoS attack on us. So the other time we wrote about that group, the attack was quite weak. But recently we published a story about a local councillor who has, well, not a very high salary, but his wedding party, it cost a few million hryvnias, like 1.5 million hryvnias. So we published a really interesting story on that. We uploaded it to the website, and then after some time we see that the website is down. So the administrator found out that their approach to attack is no different. They just invested more money into it, and they used 100 IP addresses instead of one IP address. So it took longer from us to restore the website and to protect from the attack. What was interesting, while the attacks lasted, the editor-in-chief got a telegram message with a proposal. It was quite sarcastic. Your website administrator is not really doing a good job. Even the geolog, it didn't help. Send us half a Bitcoin and we're gonna help you. And they sent us the Bitcoin wallet number, and I didn't even know what that was, but then somebody explained it to me. But we have found a solution, and I would like to share what was working. It probably is not something new, but it works. First of all, you want to be friends with a tech expert who can fix if something goes wrong. So I would like to say thanks to Internews Europe. They really help us a lot. And secondly, have a backup. So why was I saying this? Because now we know that we have the backup at the host, and the administrator also uses the service which runs daily backups. And I know that the administrator is also verifying if the backups were deploying properly. but why am I saying this on a bitter note? Because a few years ago, our administrator was thinking that they were doing backup copies, but later we have found out that the backups were hosted on the same essentially server where the production server was located, and some thieves just stole the server racks from the host company. And we saw that, well, the website is offline, and we heard that, the equipment was stolen. And then we asked, okay, so where's the website? So where's the backup of the website? And turns out the backup was stored on a server in the very same rack. And, well, tough luck. We had a lot of information stolen, and it's preserved in web archive, but it takes a lot of effort to update it. So it was a hard blow for us. But now, luckily, we have a separate backup, and we want to really make sure that the backup is proper. So this was advice number 2. Number 3, remember that you have friends. After we shared this story that the website was down, a few media supported us and reposted the news about that. So when we had like 10 reposts, we also had national media covering that. And DDoS actually it stopped after I would say 2 days after it got public impact. And number 4, media lawyers are essential. Why is it the case? Because from the website of the Media Institute, I have found that police has launched a criminal investigation about this DDoS attack. But when I wanted to find out how is the investigation going on, whether we are officially recognized as victims, the prosecutor office said, well, we don't see this criminal case open, actually. We don't know anything about it. The police were asking, are you sure there was this criminal case? And then they kept looking and they said, oh yeah, we have this case, but the person was on vacation, so they didn't investigate. So it was really difficult to get any information. So hopefully media lawyers would help us really have the investigation under control. Of course, even if the media lawyers help us, holding the police accountable doesn't mean that they will investigate it successfully, but, well, at least it would be some sort of prevention. And I wonder if in Ukraine we actually had at least one case when a DDoS attack has been successfully investigated by the police. And, well, the last advice, if you've got lemons, make lemonade. If we have a story on our website that got about 20,000 views, we are happy. But the information about this DDoS attack, it got 500,000 views. So actually, I think the perpetrators are now upset. If you want, it's a bit of a Barbara Streisand effect that even more people have learned about us. So there was an interesting question. Police investigations on DDoS attacks or hacks. What are the chances that they are investigated successfully? Because the attacks they keep happening. So what do you think are the possible results? Alexander, when you read about DDoS attacks, have you ever read that some person was finally prosecuted for that? No, never. What Antonia said and what Oleg will be explaining now, Well, of course, it is a crime, but I would say that it's not rather a crime of interfering with the IT system, but it's about the interfering with the journalism activities. And these cases are almost never investigated. So, as Antonina said, that the media lawyers would help track if the case is being investigated or not. Yeah, we will do that. But speaking from the expertise of RPDI, and we are helping the journalists in these criminal cases of interference, and DDoS attacks and IT interference and hacking are a subset of that, I can say the following. As soon as the journalist, or say a media lawyer, starts talking to the investigator, the case dies. Only if a media lawyer is having ongoing communications and sends complaints and sends text messages, things are moving ahead. If you forget about the investigator for, say, more than 2 weeks, then nothing would happen. Now we might have some new trends here. The new Prosecutor General, Ms. Venediktova, she announced that she will investigate all the cases of interference into journalism activities, and she made a work group from all the victims of these crimes and all the attorneys of the victims. The group had about 30 people, and the organizations such as the Media Institute or Regional Press Development Institute and other lawyers who defend the journalists, we all were invited there. The meeting was quite good, I would say, quite constructive. And for the journalists, it was important to at least hear that the cases are there, the cases are being investigated. And we managed to have at least some inventory of these cases. But what happened next? My colleague, Oksana Maximenyuk, who monitored the investigation of the case when the car of the scammy reporter was set on fire, well, she found that actually the guy who did it, he was arrested for some short period of time, but then he was set free, and the case was simply closed. It hasn't been taken to court. So I've been working with the journalists since the year 2000. And I've seen this many times. When a new prosecutor comes, the first thing the prosecutor says is that, "Behold the journalist, I will investigate all the crimes against you." But when time moves on, nothing happens with the cases. So of course we monitor your case and other cases, and I can say that now this prosecution officers work group, well, it helps bring some traction to these investigations. They do something in some of the cases, but there are 3 factors here. You have to be interested first and foremost, not just having this, okay, it would be good to punish somebody. You really have to push your investigator. Secondly, you have to have a good attorney, a good lawyer, and you have to always stay in touch with them, because an attorney has many cases and they might forget something, but you have to pressure the attorney, and the attorney would push the investigator. Yeah, sometimes it might be the opposite process. When you don't have time to go and give an interview to the police, the attorney would be pushing you to go and do it. And the third factor here is the law enforcement system. And I wouldn't say that they don't want to investigate. They kind of want to do it, but they always find something amiss, even though the legislation is there. Like if they simply follow the letter of the law, they can do it. The court system only responds to what they receive from the prosecution and the investigation. So, when the case is finally taken to court, if in the case file there are some discrepancies, well, then the court cannot pass a verdict. So, this third factor can only be influenced indirectly, but at least the journalist and the lawyer, they have to work in close cooperation, and sometimes it's difficult, but this cooperation often helps make sure that the case is finalized. And well, in Ukraine, sometimes even if it doesn't get resolution, it will find some resolution at the level of the European Court of Human Rights. We already had a few cases like that. The case of 2015 when Mikhailo Tkach, who worked in Schemy back at the time, and Kirilo Lazarevich were detained in the security service of Ukraine. They were filming cars next to the building of the security service of Ukraine, and they were detained, and then they started writing on Facebook, and the attorneys came. So the case was open on the fact that they were detained. And the case was closed 5 times, and the court reopened the case and sent for additional investigation. And only when we realized that nothing ever is going to happen, we have taken it to the European Court of Human Rights. And the European Court of Human Rights now is asking the government of Ukraine whether the government thinks that the investigation was effective and transparent, and whether everything has been done. I don't know what would be the position of the government, but it would be the first pilot case which would make a good reference point, so that further cases on interfering with the journalism activity would be investigated properly. And the DDoS attacks are also falling under this. And the court verdicts, they are only a few. We didn't have any verdicts on DDoS attacks against the journalists. These cases are really investigated poorly. The law enforcement system somehow is powerless when they have to investigate these sort of cases.
Is it my understanding correct that if the case is open on charges of obstruction of journalism activities, it's the law enforcement that opened the case? There was no application written to the police. Then you don't know who is the investigator, who is the prosecutor. You can't influence it. Alexander, you see, it's a tricky situation. It's not that easy. If this is the case, this means that pretrial investigation is totally ineffective. If the individual doesn't know who the investigator is, if they can't deposition, and actually we didn't know who the victim is, if it's me personally or the Ludmila, the question is, even if the case is open, does this mean that you have to go to the law enforcement and write a report to the police that there was the fact of the journalism activities were obstructive? Because now Antonina can't really do anything about it. Alexander, you see that there are 2 articles in the criminal proceedings, one on e-system interference and the other of the journalism activity obstruction. And this makes the case even more complicated. On the other hand, Ms. Venediktova and this special work group will keep an eye on this case. They will say that these kinds of attacks actually obstruct journalism. I don't know any of those cases, but we can try to make it the first one. Unless you try to openly state that this is obstruction, this will never happen. However, we need to provide overwhelming evidence of why this actually obstructs our activities. In Antonina's case, I heard several ideas. There was a group that extorted or demanded that we create a story. Maybe those are the same people, maybe not. I think it will be a daunting task for the investigators. I don't know how they're going to solve this task, but I think you need to try and introduce this professional activity obstruction element into this case. Ludmila, they didn't go to us, they went to other media. We have known that there were previous DDoS attacks with people associated with the group that did it. So maybe they made those offers. Anton, I saw that you had a very lively face when Antonina was saying, especially when the backup versions were mentioned. Anton, what else needs to be done on top of what Antonina said? Well, backup naturally is a must. It became obvious when the servers were stolen. So what is the algorithm from you? Could you let us know? Alexander, some things can be done by the management. I mean, we're not talking here how you turn an average person into a website admin or an IT person. If you have a website in your newsroom, you need to know who the administrator of that website is. You need to keep in touch with this person. You need to have a plan what happens when the administrator is on leave, etc., etc. Naturally, you're a journalist and you don't have to do the technical support for the website and ensure its security. Now, you need to remember who is the person who registered the domain or the hosting, because there was a person who quit job and took the domain name with them twice. So you need to know what is the name and who can administer, and you need to have your credentials, i.e. login and password. You need to know that. And when you start looking for those logins and passwords, they start looking all over newsroom for that. Okay. As far as backup is concerned, you need to find them, where they are. Because you can think you have the backup, but you never really tried deploying them. And when you try, you might find that those backup versions are actually non-deployable. Then, there are the basic settings on the website. You need a certificate to protect your connectivity or encryption, make sure you do the update, but etc., etc. But you don't have to do that manually. It's not you. These are the tasks you need to put forward between the web admin. You just have a checklist and you ask them if these things are tackled or not. In a nutshell, that's it. This is as far as management goes. You just need to know the amount of tasks you set for your admin. Anton, you suffer from a DDoS attack. You look at your website and the website is down. What does the journalist need to do? You call your editor-in-chief. What next? Give me the plan. Alexander, you have no idea it's a DDoS attack. For some reason, you can't open a website. And sometimes you open it on one device and you can't on the other. It's regular practice to ask your web admin to have a look. And if the admin can't do that, now that's a question. And the admin person can make some checks and says, yes, many inquiries fail, etc., etc. Okay. It's like medicine. Prevention is the big thing. It helps a lot. So the moment when your server is overwhelmed with inquiries is kind of a lost game. You should have protected yourself from DDoS attack beforehand. There are automated services that protect you from these kinds of attacks. Some of them have free subscription schemes and they can deter a small attack, but not a bigger attack. to deter that, you need to have paid subscription. If you realize that on a regular basis you publish stories that pick on some of the groups that can attack you, maybe you need to put it in your budget and actually buy a better protection. Or if your protection doesn't have to be that robust, but you know that you're publishing a film or a story tomorrow that is likely to make some people angry, then you need to think beforehand that tomorrow a attack is likely to happen. Ask your webmaster to increase the level of protection. There is a number of options in this case. If it's an NGO, some of those solutions are free. There are plenty of solutions. We're not talking about technical solutions. We're talking only about management decisions. So your webmaster, your web admin needs to make these settings beforehand, depending on the power of traffic, and this would determine the amount of funds that you budget. Let me make a small introduction, Antonina. Correct me if I'm wrong. In 2020, Wall Street Journal have published their story uncovering fraud related to copyright in the new digital age, DMCA. And it was an interesting case that echoed in 2021. Alexander, no, the two are not related actually. This Wall Street Journal investigation was, well, they did a research and there were fake complaints to the MCA and Google no longer indexed those links. Oleg, I just wanted to bring in some figures. In 2019, Google deleted almost 80% out of 240 million links in. From 2002 to 2010, 100,000 of links were complained about. But now there are more than 1 million complaints. So you get the scale. So it became a trend over the last 2 years. DMCA complaints. So you, Oleg, suffered from both DDoS attack and DMCA. Alexander, those are two separate cases. There were different people involved in each of those. Wall Street Journal described the case where local policymakers and businessmen used these fake complaints to remove our investigation articles from Google indexation. The other story was linked to the city of Odessa, and there were different people involved. They carried out a number of attacks. There were the pseudo lawyers writing that they threatened that they take us to the court unless we remove the stories. Then there was the DMCA complaint. And the third thing is that they tried to order some advertising from us. There is a famous criminal figure in the city of Odessa, Angert, and they wrote an article that allegedly he is a scholar of culture researching the Victorian age. I'll tell you more. I think I'll tell you more, Oleg. The Ukrainian Pravda has actually used that ad. Yes, Alexander, there was an e-newsletter. This guy was not only a culture scholar, he was a virusologist, he was a professional who has very advanced knowledge of paintings, Alexander Angert, that is. But when everything failed, they basically hacked our website and simply deleted the stories that were published. That was not a DDoS attack, though. it was an SQL injection. The mechanism they chose somewhat differed. Internews Europe is also supporting us, so they covered our back, and from a technical standpoint, they hacked the hash of several users, the old ones, and then they did this SQL injection through URL query. And then they went to our database and they swapped our articles for some rubbish things that they injected. But then we fixed everything. But the problem remains. We need to update our backend. The engine is old and it had not been updated for some time, but we need to do additional fundraising to do that and to redevelop that backend because of the possibility of new attacks. We removed all the old users. We updated all passwords and made them strong. And that was the result of the security audit. The DMCA thing is a really interesting story, though. I strongly advise you that you double check your own website to make sure there are no DMCA complaints about your domains. Yeah, Oleg, there's advertising there and it's updated every other minute, and now I see, oh, it's a virus there actually. Parimatch was being advertised there just this moment. Alexander, this is not my computer. So I could show you, Alexander, how you can check that. You could sit closer to the computer, Oleg. We will look at the screen and we'll see. Alexander, there's this website, it's called Lumen Database. It has all the complaints. Yeah, you need to have strong fingers. In the meantime, can I ask a question, Alexander? Even the old users, could they access all content? Because on our website now, users can access only their content. And Tanina, there were different user levels. Some of them could edit only their own pieces of content, some of them couldn't. But nevertheless, yeah, it was quite an attack. Okay, here you go. This is Lumen Database, and you can enter any website for vlada.com. I know for a fact that Slitstvo.info was also the subject of the complaint. And Katerina, who works in Nazaka, allegedly filed a complaint. Oh, just one DMCA complaint by Bryce McCarthy. Where's the mouse? Yeah, click on DMCA. Close. Oh, that's ours. Oh, this is exactly what we posted. It's as much as you can get, unfortunately. It says click here, but they will want you to register an email address. And you can only use one email address to open one publication. I don't know if it makes any sense to... while the guys are working on that. As a lawyer, I can share my opinion if you want. Look, a complaint is lodged, so you got many complaints, right? And we as lawyers had to write to the attorneys because it's the attorney that made these claims saying like we cannot delete the story because, and then we provided justification for that. I get it that they received our reply 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and then they found a workaround where it's a lot difficult for the Ukrainian lawyers to defend media. So it's great that Oleg is showing this tool. You need to check it out. Can you respond to this complaint to Google? Well, Ludmila, with the Wall Street Journal case, we proved to Google that these indeed are articles, that those complaints were fake. And Google resumed the indexation of our articles. However, I had a look. There are loads and loads of them again, and you need to respond to each and every one, and they have their own requirements. You need to fill out the form, and only then, after in 1 month or 2 months, the Google looks into this and responds. Oleg, I got it on my email. Yeah, Google hides news tricked by fake claims. Yeah, so I mentioned this is the article that I mentioned. Feel free to read it if you're interested. Wall Street Journal has a paywall, but now they opened the access, so you can even have a look. Oh no, that's interesting. I could open it from my smartphone.
Yeah, that's interesting. Google hides news. Yeah, so they described this story there. But now, if I type in the address of our website, we can check how many complaints and claims were sent like last month only. $55 cases like that. Well, the latest came in on June 25th. So almost all of them were about that story. And that also was the reason why they hacked us. So these complaints are so many, and people at Google do not have time to verify the validity of the claims, and then your articles are simply de-indexed, so nobody is gonna saw them on the internet. Anton, do you have a comment on this? Ms. Ludmila? Well, as I said, we cannot work with things we don't know. If you have complaints like that, you can come to your lawyers. So we could, I don't know, help you fill in some tables, help you write a response or a complaint. So if you have it, if you encounter it, then it has to be a systematic thing. And we have to be prepared. We have to find an effective countermeasure. So we will have to learn to deal with this new reality. Yeah, you have to take Google to court. Well, not necessarily to court, but I know how to find a way to get in touch with some person in Google who could look into it. Yeah, so they use the US legal system to de-index Ukrainian media. But you see, we've had experience when the Russian Committee on Technical Supervision, which blocks everything on the internet. So they had a decision to block an old story from 2015 in the website of the Investigative Journalism Center. And this Russian committee has found some forbidden content, and they wanted to block that particular show. So we really sent emails to YouTube explaining that actually that video did not contain anything illegal, and it was distributed in Ukraine, not in Russia, and they managed to bring that show back online. So now all these major corporations like Google and Facebook, they have quite a lot of resource, but still they make some automated systems to stop fake claims, and sometimes they misfire, but they are reasonable. If you talk to them legally, yeah, you have to find some way in, you have to show that you have legal knowledge, and then it's feasible. But you have to do it. So it's not like you get blocked and then you can forget about it. You have to fight back, just like you did. But I think I would rather hope that the systemic solution to this would be found by the large corporations and not by the Ukrainian law enforcement system. So hopefully Google opens an office in Ukraine soon. Well, looks like it's gonna come soon. Let me comment. Let me comment. Oleg said that their admin helped fix the vulnerabilities of the site. And my advice is the same. You have to be friends with the tech admin of your website. You have to close all the gaps. If the admin goes on vacation, there has to be a substitute, and you have to know that person. So, and you have to have good relationship. It's like with that old website, which disappeared 3 years ago. It was horrible. When we have noticed that in our older publications we've had links to some Russian porn resource. So so can you imagine, like in a serious investigation, you now see advertising of some prostitutes in Samara, and in our old backend you couldn't see the latest change timestamp. And we've contacted the admin, and the admin said, oh, I don't know, it just came up there, oh, I fixed it, but then I see it again. So I see that we still had those very strange ads. So it might sound funny, but like it's ruining the reputation of a media which does investigation. So I had to process it by hand, and then our website was stolen. So at least there was some good happening out of it. So anyway, you have to have an admin who is reasonable and tech savvy. Actually, there was another danger. You could get investigated for the spread of porn, which is a crime in Ukraine. So yeah, they could try and strike you like that. So what, are you talking about the porn sites now? No. Let me add. If you want to understand how these claims, the DMCA claims are sent, the DMCA is essentially the Copyright Act. So when they send a complaint to Google, they say that this article was actually stolen from a different resource. In order to provide evidence to this, they reprint your article on, say, a Live Journal page, and they retro-change the date to make it look like it was published before your article. So they say, see, we published it the first and they stole it. And sometimes they even impersonate some real journalists. We found the guy and he said, no, I didn't do it, I wasn't involved. So they kind of create this fake and Google believes them and says, okay, I'm gonna delete this. You see, I have just got the information in response to my request that you stole something from Infoteka, apparently. Let me add, in the Ukrainian law on copyright, there's Article 52, and it provides the rules of procedure and how you can appeal if your copyright was breached. And the procedure is very clear. I will not repeat it now because the law is quite clear. It's step by step. So you have to fill in the form electronically and notify. So the procedure is quite clear, and it's something similar to what you've been saying. So if your copyright is violated, then you can actually use the same procedure in Ukraine. Yeah, I've heard about the websites which were handmade, and I just wanted to comment. This really, it's a nuisance. If you develop a website, choose a good engine. Like WordPress, for example, is okay. Because I understand that your logic and reasoning might seem that you have an incentive to make something unique and tailored for you and handmade for you, and there might be a web studio saying that we will do a solution for you only. But it is a bad thing to do. Why? WordPress runs like thousands of websites, and if a vulnerability is discovered, they update the engine and you're safe now. The admin can do it easily. Next, this web studio where the engine, this handmade engine was developed, there was Anton doing that, but then Anton got fired, and then there's somebody else who probably doesn't even know the programming language it was used, and then the studio, it closed down, and then you try to take it to a different studio, and they say, no, we would not work with this for any reasonable money. So if you're thinking about launching a website or something, choose a famous mass engine. So, like, I don't know, like WordPress usually is quite widespread, and there are many people who support it. So what do you mean by handmade websites, or like which engines besides the WordPress? We can provide a concept, but like, what's a handmade? I don't know. There is some framework called Yi version 1, but it was produced in 2013, and there's no new version of this framework. So what do? I think we have to just update it all. Yeah, we are talking about the backend, and you have to talk to your web admin. You need to find an expert to talk to. Ask Natalia. Of course, when we retrofit the backend, then some things could actually get damaged. So you have to think twice when you do this. But it just sometimes people say that, oh, we don't use any mass-produced engine. We have our own handmade engine, and we can write anything for you. Well, be cautious about that. Anton said that most attacks which are happening, they are still quite basic. So my question is, isn't it logical to kind of develop a security policy, a digital security policy within a team? Even if you're not a big organization, just a team of investigators you, for example, get some counseling from an expert, and you develop a digital security policy which could be easily taught to other people. Like, is it a common practice in the regional investigative teams, and do you think it is required? And if it's working, if you could share if it's really working. I think it's a question to you. I think we had some, but nobody was reading it actually. We do have a simplified version of the policy, which the Digital Security Lab helped us develop. And like the key things, well, we remember the two-factor authentication. And the new thing for us was that like I started duplicating the financial and accounting documentation, which I only had on one computer. And my advice is that it really has to be simple and basic, but then it's implementable. How long is it? Like 1 page long. So policy for whom? Like the first policy was 3 page long, but it depends. A policy for the admin is different. You know, it's like the internal document. They say, like you have a procurement policy, you might also have a digital security policy to have some consistency within the team and have some continuity. And like from time to time, you can check if it's implemented. But do you think it will help you protect from a hack? If your team members are following the policy, but the admin is not doing the backups. Well, for the admin, it has to be a separate policy. Ludmila, I think you wanted to say something. I wanted to say, if you want to do this policy, I think the RPDI and regional and the Digital Security Lab, we can help regional newsrooms. We can share a template. Yeah, so simple things work. If it's short, then it can be effective. But also it would take some effort to implement it all. You have to train people. But I want to say that policies are a good thing when people follow them. If people don't follow the policies, it's just paper. I'm Miroslav from Lutsk. There were important topics raised here on investigations, on hacking, in Ukrainian reality, of course. Well, it's useless. These cyber police might only catch some executor, but nobody would actually be able to catch somebody who organized a large-scale DDoS attack. So, can you kind of summarize with one sentence what is needed to sort out the basic things, like the domain name? It has to be hosted not in Ukraine but somewhere in Germany or the US, right? And like the person, like the webmaster or the admin has to be trustable. We've heard about criminal liability, but if the domain name is registered to an individual, and when this admin sells ads from your well-indexed pages, then the person the domain is registered to will be held liable. Next, I wanted to comment on these newsroom policies, like digital security policies. I would say it is also required for investigative activities which the journalists are running. But if it gets like too much, for example, like you can only open your mail from your work computer and not from anywhere else, it probably would be too much. So I think just regular audits, like when your admins are checking if the backups are working. That could be the good way to go. I have a question, actually. What do you do when a subject of your investigation exercises the right for oblivion, the right to be forgotten? Can you give the mic to Taras? Can you specify what do you mean exactly? You know, in the EU, there's this right for oblivion, the right to be forgotten. Yeah, I know what this means, but how they used it specifically? The person doesn't want to have their pictures in your article, or if some property was referenced. Can they send a request to Google asking, please remove any mentioning of me? So they want to use this right. I'm not saying about a specific thing. I'm like, as of now, it is a possibility for the subjects of the investigations, right? And can they exercise it? Well, if they decide, and like we can only implement it. But this right is kind of a flexible thing. This rule actually can be exercised when a person has no public status or public importance, when the information which is referenced in Google has no public interest. And actually, the number of these cases is limited. When we talk about our officials, our PEPs, and the information which is referenced to them, there's another international standard saying that actually the mere deletion of information about court verdicts and cases, it can disrupt the course of history. So it can only be deleted by a court decision if a person is exercising their right for oblivion. A very short question. We had a situation when we transitioned from the WordPress engine to some handmade website, and we lost some part of information. Then we've heard that we cannot get back to WordPress. It would cost even more. And then they started stealing news from us without referencing the source. So, and the reason for that is that we couldn't add this footing that if you copy our stories, you have to reference us. So what are the consequences? Well, your rights are protected anyway, regardless of whether you set this wording or not. But the only thing you have to do is you have to prove that you were the author. Next question. I have a question on the recent traffic accident with a member of parliament, when different newsrooms started getting emails with the offers to delete the story for some money. And Igor Feshenko said that some person from Rivne contacted them asking to delete that information about this traffic accident with this MP. Like, legally, how can you qualify this? What do you do about it? And if, like, we encounter this situation, do we have to report it to the police to find the person? Is it a way to obstruct journalism?
So you mean a person has asked you to delete some information? If you get anonymous letters, you just don't reply. Any requests to delete information can be ignored if it's anonymous. If the request is not anonymous, but the person involved or the representative thereof, you need to make sure if the person is authorized to represent, if it's an attorney or if it's or if there's power of attorney, and then you work with the information. Information can be deleted by the media only if it's false information. When you delete this information, you need to post an update and saying why this is being deleted. As a rule, you never know immediately if it's false or not false. You just reply to that inquiry and then you start to figure out. Now, you said there was a car accident and a request to delete the news. I think it's a bad sign for the Ukrainian media that delete their own news. News items are not to be deleted. This is changing the course of history. You can't change history. You can delete an item and post an update and explain why the news item was deleted. This is the way to do it. Even if you delete the news, it's still saved in the cache, but it shows that Ukrainian media are susceptible to outside influence. I have a clarification question, Ludmila. Should the editors respond to emails? Is there an obligation to respond? Oleg, yes. Nowadays, emails are accepted as evidence in court. There are identification systems such as the digital signature. Second, there is this system that is called e-judiciary, where a person has a unique number, so any correspondence coming from this number is considered to come from that person. Thank you. It's time for us to wrap up right now. You can go to Digital Security Lab if you need any help with digital security. You can go to Regional Press Institute for support and also legal support. And I think you started working with gender sensitivity in investigative journalism. That's right, Alexander. It's a new project that was started. We will keep you posted through our web pages. We are creating a network of women investigative journalists in the Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Moldova and other countries are already involved. We will also involve Azerbaijan and Belarus if the political situation allows. And we will provide some legal counseling and other broad spectrum. This project is likely to last at least 1.5 years until the end of 2022. And you can decide and talk about it. Please feel free to support financially the Center of Investigative Journalism in Mykolaiv and other cities and Четверта Влада Publications. They also have a Patreon account. Organizers are saying we can begin. Okay, we'll start with the introduction. My name is Yevgenia Motorevska. I'm the editor-in-chief at Hormatsky, and I will be the moderator for today. This is Andrei Borovik, editor, CEO at Transparency International Ukraine, Yanina Kornienko, CCOP journalist and Slitvo Info, and the Nashi Groshi editor Yuri Nikonov. We will talk about key COVID investigations of the year. Maxim Opanasenko was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he fell ill and couldn't come. I hope we will have a very interesting conversation, could be even a heated debate, since we will not only talk about COVID investigations, but about the quality of anti-corruption investigations in Ukraine in general. Can Ukrainian journalists do them? Some of the discussion items could be controversial. 2020 and 2021 was the big COVID year. Despite the figures ebbing and flowing in Ukraine, the COVID is number one topic. And there were simplified procurement procedures with big scandals. Maybe you remember now former Stepanov, Minister of Health, had a row with the head of the state enterprise of the medical procurement. They had a row about vaccines being brought in and procured, and these definitely became one of the top 3 stories of the year. To start our conversation, I have a question for Yanina Kornienko, because she collaborated with foreign journalists in investigating COVID. Yanina, I know you did a story, well, maybe it was a smaller scale, but it was really indicative of the situation of COVID situation this year and last year. You look at face masks. What was the price range and what does this tell us? Yevgenia? Yes, OCCOP and International Journalism Network, we analyzed tender data, procurement data for several months for 2020. And there were 19 countries participating. We analyzed over 37,000 procurement procedures. We analyzed the price, the amount of call for bids, and we looked at face masks FFP2 protection level is something we looked at, and we find out that Ukraine has the greatest price range. The difference between the most expensive and the least expensive masks, minimum price was the 6 hryvnias, and the most expensive cost 1,300 hryvnias. Generally, Czech Republic has seen similar prices, so the cheapest price for the face mask was the same, but also Czech Republic has seen the lowest quality of the face masks. Our Czech counterparts analyzed the quality of those masks and found that the masks failed to comply in even the basic protection standards. We had a big team of data analysts, journalists, found the information in their public procurement resources, and actually Ukraine had the greatest infrastructure for that. It was the easiest, the most straightforward way we could obtain that information. In other countries, you had to submit queries to various state authorities. So there were many interesting conclusions. In Spain, you could find face masks that cost exorbitant prices, and therefore the procurement price was very high as well. We did a different investigation as well that we can tell you later about, where we analyzed the quality of those face masks. And it's an interesting coincidence. The price was high, but the masks, the quality of the masks was not aligned with the price at all. Alas, Maxim is not with us. We can't really talk more about political COVID-related corruption. We talk more about classical bribery and procurement fraud, and Behus Info team, led by Maxim, investigated Velour restaurant, where all the restaurants and cafes were supposed to be closed, and only Mr. Tishchenko, the owner of Velour, a restaurant, was allowed to continue operation because he was close to the leader of the ruling party, and if you are close to them, you are allowed a privilege. There was also the family of Gerech, who have family business that is called Epicenter, which is a big store, and when all the shops were closed and the Epicenter store continued operation, it rose a huge outrage in the public. Yeah, but Eugenia, we know how the case against Epicenter ended. The police put together the documents that were not accepted in court, and the anti-monopoly committee should have punished them, but no, the case was simply closed. Yeah, speaking of justice in Ukraine, Andriy, Yanina also is a part of international team, and together they investigated a case where Ukrainian Epicenter was involved, and there was a huge scandal after the story was published, and Epicenter threatened to take them to court. Yanina, could you tell us more about the story? It's crucial because basically it's about the quality of medical devices. Yeah, can you call this protective equipment? And on these must depend the health of the people. Eugenia. Oh yeah, it's a kind of a funny story as far as Epicenter store is involved. I'll start. Before OCCRP investigated the quality of personal protective equipment, another investigation of our colleagues came out. They found out that the certificate of OCR Polska company did not comply. So this company wasn't qualified to provide certification of these products. Janina, could you explain? So you have a company producing protective equipment, and then they go to a different company to certify their quality. Eugenia, yes, and this determines market access to for this product. So that third company is kind of a auditor. So to distribute these products, different Chinese producers went to European companies so that they could access European market. There was this Polish company who wasn't issuing invalid certificate, and there was a huge scandal uncovered by OCCRP, and then this product was taken off the market. There were also protective suits sold on the market certified by this company, sold in Epicenter. And then after the scandal, the Epicenter said that we have a different certificate now from an Italian company, that they were double-checked. But OCCRP investigated the Italian certificates, and they're fake as well. Well, you can't call them a fake, but they used the very same scheme that the Polish company did. So basically, Epicenter store was using certificates issued by fraud company, and then said no, and then they screwed up again because the other certificates proved to be invalid as well. So my colleagues and I investigated those Italian quality certificate, and there were dangerous products shipped across Europe at the beginning of COVID. My colleagues from Latvia, I think, yes, they experimented, they checked face masks, they checked the compliance to standards. They were not simply poor, they were dangerous. Because they could concentrate the virus. I don't know. One should not be allowed to use them at all. And these products was taken to Ukraine as humanitarian shipment because the Epicenter store ordered it as personal protective equipment used by medical staff. So they were meant to protect the doctors who fight COVID. And they were also sold on Epicenter website. Janina, do you know if any criminal cases were opened, if there were any attempts to punish people who imported these masks and sold them in Ukraine? Evgenia, I know there was just a scandal linked to our investigations, and I made some other inquiries vis-a-vis other humanitarian flights to Ukraine in that time. So this was purchased in haste, and there were scandals in all countries related to that. So I'm sure that other humanitarian missions were not exception. But the epicenter store, I think they didn't even respond, but their press officer was getting really emotional when she was talking to us, but I haven't seen any punishment for it. Okay. During the COVID breakout in March 2020, the Cabinet of Ministers adopted a regulation allowing medicines and protective equipment to be procured using fast-track procedure. And I think it's a sort of Pandora's box as well, mixed blessing, because people were dying and the volunteers were trying to help and looking. But then there were other people who simply made money and carved up the budget. And Transparency International Ukraine launched this wonderful service that is called Dozoro. I'm sure the majority have already used it. Andriy, when COVID started, I know you created a separate tool. How is that different from Dozoro that everybody's so used to? Evgenia, or service or project, or it was working since 2016, i.e. Dozoro. It was basically the continuation of public procurement reform. We know that things couldn't simply go on as they were. We did some education, and then we just analyzed public procurement. Who buys what in what amount? And the year 2020 has seen COVID start. And we have an analytics module as part of Dozoro. This is the only module analyzing public procurement. The state doesn't have it. I can't really say that they were themselves interested in creating this piece of software that would enable them to analyze thousands of items. So if we decide to close down Dozoro, basically the entire country will lose a user-friendly tool of analyzing. Following this government regulation, you need to add another module to simplify the medical procurement section search. We created a map, a separate module that was really easy during the tracking of medical procurement. So starting from the 21st of March 2020 to March 21, 31 billion hryvnias was spent for COVID. Regardless of COVID or not, we noticed that in December 10 million hryvnias were spent. So 1/3 of everything that was spent in December. Andrei, am I right? Because there was some money remaining on the accounts. So, you know, Evgenia, no matter if you have the war, if people are down, you simply need to disburse your budgets. And that's it. Now, regarding the prices were sky high at first. We supported the regulation at first. We understood that the situation needs to be rectified. We looked at Italy and we thought, oh my God, if this is the Italian cases, then we're going to suffer a lot more than that. You know, the supply was short, the prices were sky high, but only for a short period of time. In March to probably July, if we looked at the August, there was no limitations that you can use only fast-track procedure for that. You can use regular as well. And those who wanted, they used it and pushed for better prices. And those who did use the fast track procedure, they wanted to cheaply buy tacky suits from China to protect people, and they wanted to push for it. Andrea, I'm going to be the skeptical voice from the audience, as it often happens. And they write that TI, Ukraine, naši hroši, Slidstvo Info disclose the abuse of power, but the average person saw some figures and they don't understand. They can't grasp the concept of 31 billion. It's difficult for them to compare it. Why do the investigation in the first place? Why having those modules? Why having those tools? Or why issuing your reports? Evgenia, we are more an NGO than the journalists. Our goal is to address a problem rather than disclosing things. Generally, all our partners, all our community members or Dozora community members are analyzing about 10,000 procurements per year. And then about 10% of those cases are addressed. So we go to the law enforcement, to the audit service, we go to the supplier for the first time, and we see that you wanted to buy a bus, say, a local council, and you're buying this bus for twice as high price. So we could call the local council and says, I was wondering who is in charge of this procurement because we have some questions. And 3 hours later, they just canceled the bid. 30-second talks, and then they just decided to cancel everything because somebody noticed this. So, it's not all in vain. Those who place the orders respond. If it's top level, like government procurement, it's more difficult. But generally, the regions spend a lot of money. And there is some progress. Oftentimes people just make mistake. But there are some local elites who just want to benefit from it. Sometimes you have a small private entrepreneur with a restaurant. They start selling face masks. Or people who usually sell cars and they start selling some additional items for price that is 3 times bigger than the usual price. It's fishy. But you can counteract, you can hamper it, you can make it public, but not only by making public, you communicate with them, you can write letters. Bureaucrats are afraid that people will notice that they're making a mistake, but they're the petty bureaucrats. The politicians are not afraid of that, but they are afraid for their approval rating. So all of that impacts the standing of the country, both negatively and positively. Investigative journalism, and I associate this with bad things, because you can't investigate good things. But, there is the Corruption Perception Index that we publish approximately every January. And this perception is fed by many factors, including investigative journalism. So I think we are making an impact. A utopia. Prozoro was launched in 2016. If there were 0 investigations, I think there would have been 0 money left in the country, because they would still find a way of inflating prices through the system anyway. So it's definitely worth it.
So Andrei said that the politicians are scared to have their ranking going down, the rating. So my question is, do you think COVID and all the events around it, has it affected the rating of President Zelensky when there was first these vaccine procurements, contracted, delayed? There was this strange story about the epicenter chain, and we had lots of contradictions in terms of figures of the PPEs and vaccines imported, and the so-called COVID fund, which now is almost a meme, which was spent for road construction. Do you think it has affected the rating of President Zelensky? Well, in brief, no. It's for the first time in Ukraine the current president by year 3 has higher rating than he initially had in the election campaign. So no, nothing of that sort. But Nashi Groshi took part in a consortium jointly with ANTAC and Transparency International. So we've checked the COVID fund, and we decided to use the ventilators. We have, let's say, managed to obtain the customs database to see the price at customs and the final price of the procurement, and we saw that usually the profit margin is 50% of the procurement price. Or when we didn't have the information about the customs price, it means that a seller from abroad was a sham company. It was not procured directly from the manufacturer. Usually it was like a Chinese logistics company which is merely providing the logistics. So the profit margin stayed with this sham company, and then they split it. So we saw that. We have published it. We published even an Excel sheet where it was very easy. You can find your hospital in your village, so anyone can talk to the chief physician of the hospital, and I don't know, you can take him to jail or whatever. But then we saw that the impact of that story was almost non-existent. Well, some regional media, they reposted something investigating the region, but that was it. I didn't see any response from the national media, even though we thought it's a huge story because it was nationwide scale. We've analyzed thousands of procurements by regional hospitals for the whole year 2020. So I thought, okay, maybe there was little at stake, because in Prozoro, these ventilators, well, the total cost was like a billion something. A billion seems a lot. So Stepanov, the minister, when he was fighting Zhumadelov about those gowns, the cost of that was like 400,000. And now the ventilators, well, it's over $1 billion. We thought it's going to be interesting. And then we even exposed a monopoly, because more than half of the ventilators were imported by one group of these, let's say, of famous importers in Ukraine. And we even got quite a lot of claims from this group. They even complained to the Journalism Ethics Committee. They said that we should have asked them why we thought they were corrupt. Anyway, we merely published facts and not opinions, so it was easy to repel. But why was the impact so low? Because this whole story about the ventilators could be compared to the restoration of only one road. And last year, out of 60 billion of this COVID fund, 30 billion were spent for road construction. This was just a business decision of the country. So 1 billion for all the ventilators, this is just the budget of like only one road. Like the road between Kiev and the airport, and we don't even understand why they had to reconstruct it by the Independence Day, is equal to all the ventilators in Ukraine in times of the pandemic. So when we did investigate road construction, we saw that the profit margin there is also like up to 40%. But we thought that even there, the media impact is quite low, is insignificant. Like large media of the country, they basically ignored the messages. Let's say, I want to be cautious. Let's say, we are not saying that they stole some money, but let's say there was this strange profit margin which was taken to some third company. And we saw that this margin in Ukravtodor, in Ukrainian road construction system, it was about 30%. So, from, let's say, 100,000, 100 billion hryvnias a year to the total budget for the road construction, we see that 30 billion are kind of are not properly accountable. So we see that there is a certain failure, a certain fault in the media sector. If we find these facts, the others are not kind of reporting it. So usually, like one media finds a story and the others can really take it further and see which politician actually covered that. And when I see that there's no impact, I understand that we have a problem in the media industry. So I'd like to thanks to the organizers. It's actually the first time when I was invited to Mezhyhirya. I remember Lesya Ivanova was blow drying the papers, and I was merely printing the scans, but I've never actually been to Mezhyhirya before. So I looked at the list of the shortlisted investigations in yesterday's award, and I saw that none of the investigations shortlisted were against the current government. They were investigating the enemies of Ukraine, like undoubtedly the enemies of Ukraine, or the previous government. So you see, the enemies and the predecessors. So nothing current was being investigated to such an extent that the jury decided to shortlist it. Yuri, we have a provocative government. Maybe the government is not stealing. Yeah, that was a funny question. Like, apology is that I'm talking generally. I know that there were many investigations about the current government. It was not the best investigation, and it was not shortlisted for the award. So maybe the journalists didn't work that great, or the government stopped stealing. In this scale, it had been stealing before, and well, we all are investigative journalists here, so we can run our own conclusions if they do steal or if they don't. I have my own ideas because we have some kind of indicators, and I recently heard a rumor that the Minister of the Economy is actually doubting the usefulness of Prozoro. So I think we're going to have less and less transparency in procurement, and of course it would create the conditions for stealing. So I would like to stop on this note, because otherwise we can reach some very depressing ideas. And this is a fact. MezhyhiryaFest this year had not shortlisted any investigation about the current government. So let's hope that the government is not stealing. I'm joking, of course. Okay, Yuri, this really is a provocative topic, but personally, in your personal opinion, is the government stealing more or less? Oh, they just steal immensely. We see kind of the pre-Yanukovych scales in certain industries. Like, I have this concept that the the corruption due to its selection, it facilitates stupid managers who are only loyal and only know how to steal. So we now have less efficiency at this management level. And I don't want to give you some very specific examples, but okay, for example, in Kharkiv, there's the plant, Elektrovaj. It used to be a star of heavy machine building. It's like, fantastic turbines, gas turbines. Like the pictures from that plant were always a symbol of living in an industrial country. You are not just living in an agricultural place, but you can produce heavy machinery. So this factory now, under new managers, which kind of went worse and worse. Like previously, they also stole, but they stole and they left enough of the income to sustain the plant. But now, they are almost bankrupt, and I think State Property Fund just donated them like $500 million, and now this plant is being merged to the Turboatom plant. So in certain sectors, yeah, the catastrophe is there. So the catastrophe is like the Yanukovych the scale corruption, not even the Poroshenko scale corruption. You mentioned that the central media are not really interested in the current embezzlement, the colossal embezzlement, and I don't believe in this conspiracy at the national level. But my question is, if you are reading Yuri's Facebook, you probably saw that he managed to kind of conceal this corruption news. He posted pictures of Ukrainian athletes. Yeah, I tried to kind of use at least the athletes to explain some news about the corruption. So, for example, here I have a picture of this nice athlete. She looks nice, and the story actually is about corruption. So those stories had lots of views. So my question is to other speakers: why is it happening? Why Ukrainian audience is not interested in this corruption? How do they have to wrap it? What do we have to wrap it into? Okay, I'm not talking about censorship. I don't even watch TV. I only watch Netflix. But sometimes I want to understand. 70% of the population, they consume information from the TV, from mainstream channels. So when I look into the newsreel, from say 30 minutes of the news show, 10 would be kind of worthy about international politics and whatnot, about president going somewhere. The rest, the other 20 minutes, really it resembles Yanukovych times, when they show that there was a fight at a wedding, or somebody was killed and raped, or a terrible traffic accident happened. And now, this is what I see in mainstream news, TV news. They're not mentioning corruption at all. It looks like we have zero corruption. I don't know if it's internal censorship, or if they simply prefer to not speak about corruption. In 2018 and 19, they did speak about corruption a lot, but it was for obvious reasons. Yeah, I wanted to mention that me and Oleksy Shaleski, Oleksy is our boss in Nashi Groshi, and he was actually among the jury, so you understand that I have my sources. So, me and Oleksy, we started doing Nashi Groshi in 2010 in Yanukovych times, and we even promoted the word tender, and we used it as a verb in Ukrainian, he tendered it off. So we we contacted different media guys for comments, and sometimes I gave kind of 2 interviews a day to different mainstream channels. But in the last 2 years, nothing happens. Back then, it was a new thing. I remember in 2018, like this, the Raspberry, which was procured like for 400 hryvnias per kilo, that was too much. Yeah, it just understand that when we see that a billion is embezzled, it must be a nationwide story. It's not only relevant to the scale of one specific journalist's career, but this is happening with our country. And now, like, I live in Excels. I find corruption in Excel files. And in Excel files, we see the same level of corruption, but somehow in the public space, it's non-existent, and this is a huge issue. Yeah, I don't want to criticize the journalists. Actually, this is the very good space where we can criticize journalists and they're gonna hear this. However, we've been talking about the billions, but recently there was this story about this situation with the MP, the guy in the traffic accident, Mr. Trukhin, and the story about $200 for the removal of the news about that traffic accident. I was concerned. So the cost of your journalism is $200, and this was merely a traffic accident. So imagine how much resource can be invested into making the media not publish the news about the corruption. Well, I've heard that $30,000 were invested into not publishing some news about corruption in construction. So this was the monthly budget to block the news among national media for the market. $30,000 a month for one major topic, let's say, for one major industry. Yeah, so I think for the beneficiaries of this, it's like 1% of one tender, so of course they can afford it. So we are now trying to find a solution why media are not interested in these stories. They do, but the problem is comprehensive. So indeed, previously it could have been a new thing, and these investigations, were limited when the previous administration was in power. Then we had more opportunities, but people got bored with it, and now it depends on the model which the media is following. If the media depends on the number of views, they would consider and they would adapt the content appropriately. They would adjust to the interests of the audience instead of offering stories which the journalists think are worthy of their attention. So the funding models can be really different. If most media exists for grants, like investigative media, they can afford these in-depth investigations, which are complicated and expensive and take a lot of time. So, in this case, they have the opportunity to do this in-depth research. But if the media is just producing the product fast, and they are in a very fast cycle, they don't have the opportunity to do it. Yes, I agree with Nina that the demand goes down. Like, I talk to people and I see that the demand goes down. The demand for anti-corruption stories goes down. It looks like in the last few years the Ukrainian society became very tolerant to corruption. So tolerant that the anti-corruptioner guys become toxic. Like, if you start talking about corruption, people say, oh, no, no. And they kind of skip news about corruption. They don't want to read it. for their organic reasons. And I'm not claiming that it's the media's fault or somebody else's fault, but I see this. Now the anti-corruption discourse in the country goes down. So the context for our work disappears. So then it's a question, what happens afterwards? Because the grants for anti-corruption, like as a representative of these, of the grant feeders, as they say, I can say that the flow of grants to anti-corruption investigations is significantly smaller than before. So we have to fix it somehow. Our internal corruptionists, they are still dangerous. They are as dangerous as external enemies. We do have two threats, and it's not fools and drones, but the external aggressor and the internal corruptioneer. And if you forget about one of these two, you can die from it. That's why I think we have to maintain the anti-corruption discourse. But I do not know how to bring it back to the previous level.
Yes, I do believe, Yuri, we do need to work on the way we actually serve the stories, serving through stories or comic books or animations. Through TikTok. TikTok is also an option. Yeah, because the audience wants more emotion. It won't buy our dull, complex figures that nobody understands. Well, we did talk about journalists, but my question is to all the panelists, because COVID is an ongoing thing. I can't tell you how long it's going to go on for, but 2021 and 2022 will also be marked and marred by COVID. Therefore, is it time, procurement-wise, to return to pre-COVID procedure? Or I think we've learned to import face masks, vaccines, etc. Does it really make sense to preserve this fast-track, non-market, not transparent conditions? Evgenia, I think in the summer the legislation was changed. And it was rolled back to what it was before. However, there are still some loopholes to be used. They shortened the list. People didn't really know what to do. They were buying like sofas in their medical offices. You could think it's a small amount, but still it amounts to dozens of millions. I think we should have switched back to what it was before a year ago, because the market was saturated with everything. The market was saturated, but several people felt they didn't have enough money in their pockets still. Even the public procurement say about it that during the first six months, the hospitals had enough of everything. What happened to this personal protective equipment later on is a big question. Because I know many cases where doctors were not protected at all because they were sold illegally somewhere to someone else. Ukraine. I mean, this morning I saw this news that there were only 10 million people are vaccinated. That's not enough. But you see, there were protective equipment that we used during the peak of pandemics, and there are going to be too many, and you have no idea what to do with them. Some people have earned enormous money on this hype, but now the big question will be is how to recycle all of that. You see, Evgenia, several story from Ahmedid Hospital, Children's Hospital. So we see that the procurement of that Ahmedid Hospital, they bought almost 1 billion people, and they wanted to buy some COVID equipment, something to do with oxygen. There was a government decree. That's why Ahmedid Hospital was declared a specialized COVID hospital. But it actually treats children with cancer. You can't turn it into a COVID hospital. It's a very dangerous infection. You don't want to introduce it to this children's hospitals. But under the pretext of the celebrating the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, these money was taken outside the market procedure. They just need to take this money away from that. Obviously, we try to counter that. We talk to the management, try to reason them, and then they stopped it, and the price is worth 1 billion. But this is not the only case where money will be taken away from the scope of Prozoro. Indeed, I can go into greater detail later if you want. But Yuri, I think it's like one of the billions allocated for the 30th anniversary. Actually, the predecessors had no idea that that was possible, the previous parliament for Kovnorada. No, Andriy, we had a major advocacy campaign saying that Poroshenko, don't you dare do it. But this year, 100 billion. Yuri, I don't think it takes years. It takes like one day when 85 billion are taken outside the scope of this law on public procurement that was meant for the one of the roads surrounding Kiev. And I think 300 million or 240 million were spent for celebrating the anniversary, and another 5 billion were meant for roads, airport, and this children's hospital Ahmed did. And there is a problem, and they really started doing this. And we described this case study for Dozoro. They wanted to buy bunks, and the normal players said, we cannot ship you all the bunk beds in 1 week. So the hospital signs the contract for twice as high a price, so that these bunks are just shipped in a week. Oh, yeah, sorry, I just wanted to tell you about the scheme about the state enterprise Oboronprov. I can go on for hours talking about it. Feel free to go to MezhyhiryaFest.org and read all the stories on our website. Just to add to that, Yuri, about Independence Day, my colleagues will hold a trainings on how you analyze procurement, and they use the example of the Independence Day celebration. Dear panelists, we're short of time. Before we go to Q&A, I have a question. I think that this government responds to criticism in a totally different way compared to the previous one. I think if Tatarev's scandal had happened a couple of years before, I think Mr. Tatarev would have been removed from the presidential administration. Arguably, do you think there is a response? So Nashik Roshi are working, and Slizwinfo are working, investigating, and they do great stories with storytelling. Does this make a difference? Make a difference not for the audience, but for those who are in power? Well, you did mention with the Epicenter story that it did not make a difference. The only thing that comes to my mind, Evgenia, nothing comes to my mind. When Poroshenko was in power, there was this big hype regarding the transformers of fruition, and the activists ensure that there was a fair bidding procedure and cost 2 billion less, 1.2 billion less actually. But now you can come up, look into the abyss would look at you, back at you, and you have to... Well, Yuri, I can't help mentioning the great construction. It's the 10% of the budget. You basically write about it, Yuri, every day about this enormous fraud scheme, the national building. Did you get any response? I have 3 or 4 claims. Well, what else? What other responses were there? Last year there was some response. We pressured them, the Ministry of Economy, into adopting a better regulation regarding this national building. This was the new methodology. Last summer, we stopped getting any kind of response. And the horse has bolted. My colleagues are indicated that we need to wrap up. We started 10 minutes late for obvious reasons. Okay. Are there any questions from the audience? Let us dedicate a couple of minutes for the Q&A, and we hand it over to the next panel. Anya, you're welcome. We can hear you. Inaudible. The speaker does not use the microphone. The question from the audience is inaudible. The booth apologizes. Interpretation is not possible.
Make America great again.
Question is, how we make fighting corruption important in the eyes of the public again? How do we make sure that the government responds somehow? I know only one recipe, as they said, is look for new forms. This is the worldwide trend. We can't keep working business as usual. Our audience change, and we need to change the mode we're working in. Question inaudible. Actually, Epicenter store should have been a responsible business. They should have checked. I mean, this type of businesses, when they order any kind of products, they need to double check the validity of all the certificates. Otherwise, you can just buy from fraudsters. So Epicenter should have noticed that there is no compliance vis-a-vis the certificates, and the 19 countries did the same. So I think when you're ordering a huge airplane full of medical protection, I think they need to make sure that the quality standards are complied with, and they failed to do that, so it's their responsibility. Friends, thank you for a productive hour that we spent today. Do write COVID stories. Share the stories by Nashi TI and Slistvo Info, and let us get fighting corruption back up the agenda. And today, without exaggeration, it is an international panel, and for this reason, the organizers asked me to avoid the difficulties of translation to create a space of mutual understanding, including linguistic. We often say that Ukraine is often an exception from the general rule. We had 6 presidents, and 5 of them can stand in the same picture. So Ukraine has been lucky in this respect. And Ukraine is an exception in this respect indeed. And therefore, we looked very closely at what was happening in Belarus last year and in Russia, where media space was doomed to shrink. I perfectly understand that the media who tried to be independent, who tried to comply with standards, have faced very little options. I am from the city of Simferopol, and I remember in 2015 that the local media in 2014 could either close or could be become ostensibly loyal or relocate. And a couple of months later, our counterparts who worked in the territory of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast have faced the same choices. But it's a big mistake to think that the experience that we've had is the same that we see outside. We can't say that nothing is Maidan, aside from Maidan, and Belarusian protests are Belarusian protests. We should not make the mistake of thinking that Maidan can be anything else. We have here today with us Pavluk Bukovsky, a journalist and expert from Belarus. Let us warn you, our guests needs to leave for the airport in 20 minutes, so the first 20 minutes will be focusing on Belarus. Yelizaveta Sornachova is deputy editor of Projekt, media outlets. In July 2021, the Prosecutor General declared that Projekt Media is a so-called undesirable establishment, and the Prosecutor General's office of Russia said that the activities that you do threatens the constitutional order and security of the Russian Federation. Inaudible, the speaker does not use the microphone. And Inna Kuznetsova is here with us today, Radio Liberty editor-in-chief. No, I'm the chief of bureau, not the editor-in-chief. Yeah, but we worked together for such a long time that it's just an odd habit of calling you like that. Okay, my first question is to Pavluk. What are the options faced by the journalists who remain in Belarus today? What is the maximum dissent that a person can allow themselves when working for Belarusian media? Pavel, the question is tricky because some of the media outlets had to relocate. Some of the media outlets relocated only some of the staff, and sometimes the staff relocated and the media outlet remains. And sometimes the people just want to stay in Belarus for what it takes, and sometimes they can go as far and change their editorial policy. Well, with the exception of media outlets who found themselves stranded or behind bars, or some people who run the risks of being the subject of a criminal case. There are people who started abruptly writing about politics in 2020. They have not done so before. And there are those who stopped, or those who started writing, covering it less. Before 2020, one could write and cover politics and even criticize politics in general, but not Alexander Lukashenko personally. Now, even very petty old things could trigger persecution in the past. Now there is a ban on criticism of the authorities. Last year, Alexander Lukashenko said, it's not the time for the law. Now it's, everything happens using this gut feeling or intuitively, so nobody knows where the boundaries of the law. There are people who are in Lviv Media Forum, and the editor-in-chief of Zelony Portal returned from Lviv Media Forum, and now she's behind bars when she returned to Belarus. There are some people representing the regional media outlets, and they're planning to return to Belarus. And you don't know, because you take chances, not because you are in opposition or not. You never know how they're going to judge it. So the Belarusian authorities are trying to crush dissent, are trying to crush the purveyors of dissent. But normal journalism is not a purveyor of anything. And they ask critical questions, including to the opposition representatives. But now this watershed of who is loyal and who is not, well, it does remind you of the Simferopol case you mentioned, but sometimes loyalty is not enough. One has to prove the loyalty, and maybe some of the media outlets will be pushed into it. Pavluk, I have a colleague, Mr. Mozarsky, and he says there's great difference between Al-Qaeda, Taliban, and Daesh, and Hamas. Territories controlled by Hamas, Taliban, and Al-Qaeda, there are rules. And if you don't drink alcohol, don't wear shorts, if you don't discuss religion, and if you stick to the rules, they will not go after you. For Daesh territory or ISIS territory, there are no rules. So you could find yourself behind bars because people didn't like you. So the question is, are there rules in Belarus? Before August 2020, the rules were definitely in place. In August, there was some time when the rules worked. For example, in October, all foreign journalists were deprived of their accreditation. And none of the Western projects had a consistent accreditation. I worked for Deutsche Welle. I was apprehended, and then I was let go because the accreditation was there. But then people, even with accreditation, were detained for longer and were not released. And then it turned out that it's dangerous to go down the street. Now it's dangerous to film something using your smartphone because it raises questions. And sometimes people even had accreditation. And there was a case where the Belarusian authorities need foreign journalists because the Alexander Lukashenko wants to issue an important statement, or at least he thinks it's important. But even in this case, when the authorities need those journalists, they were detained on the street.
But of course, one thing is talking about the capital, Minsk. In the regions, it's even harsher, because the capital always is trying to showcase at least some democracy. And in the regions, the law enforcement, they are even more aggressive often. My question now is to Elizaveta Surnachova. When we hear from the colleagues how the medias are threatened, I would like to ask, how big is the difference between the institutional approach of Moscow and Minsk in trying to overtake the media and to force them to be loyal? Are there major differences? I would say there are formal differences. Like in Moscow, they rather just start labeling organizations as undesirable or foreign agents. Usually, this is the mass practice. Whoever gets any funding from abroad becomes labeled as a foreign agent, and then you may get fines, you get scrutinized, and you get blocked, and then it's very difficult to do anything if you get sanctioned. So this is the main thing. Plus, after the protests last winter, when Navalny was arrested, there were searches of the journalist's apartment. When they came, then they opened cases for initiating and sanctioned protests and whatnot. But like institutionally, it's mostly about these foreign agents. Every Friday, the Ministry of Justice updates this list. In terms of the situation with, in terms of similarity with Belarus, yeah, a few years ago, you would feel that this was the area of legality and that was the area of illegality. But now, it's like you can't do anything anywhere. If you simply write about your heritage, you may become a foreign agent. So now it gets unreasonable. So for the Russian government, are there any pain points which trigger this? For example, now we understand that if you start discussions about the World War II in the media, this is not allowed. But can you criticize the mayor, for example? Is there safe space for journalism? It is non-existent. You can be a state-owned media, and then you just cover some protest, and yeah, you have a total new management in the media. So there are no safe spaces for the media. We don't have any clear references. Yeah, we know that some things are taboos, like personal life of Vladimir Putin, the corruption of the top officials, Igor Sechin, Rosneft, and whatever is related to that, Ramzan Kadyrov, probably church, like the personal assets of the patriarch, but to the lesser extent, and then all the deaths, like casualties, of the Russian army in Syria and Donbass. Well, like 2 years ago, these were the taboo subjects and the rest was allowed. Now everything is tabooed. I would like to know that in Belarus there's no notion of foreign agents. It was discussed, but they didn't introduce it. But the government is working very actively to disrupt the independent media businesses. They thought that if they block the Tut-Buy portal, they would overtake the audience. But of course it couldn't have happened, and it didn't happen. The state media, they couldn't overtake the audience. And the second direction is to disrupt media as a business, and then it puts the media in a complicated situation. You just can't afford to run your media, and you just have to close down. As opposed to Ukraine, in Belarus, the grants to support media or the grants to support political parties are forbidden. And when the journalists in Belarus, they cannot sustain their lives, well, it's a major challenge. We'll see what is going to happen. If now media starts investigating new approaches, for example, those medias who are staying in the media, they are going into what previously was considered marginal models, and those media which moved abroad, they have similar but different challenges. So we have an example of a relocated media, the Russian service of Radio Liberty. They actually relocated partly to Kiev and partly to Prague. So if we talk about this media in exile story, the colleagues from the Russian Radio Liberty who are now forced to work without the touch with the zeitgeist, with the environment, what are the challenges which the Bureau has faced after the relocation? Yeah, we've had quite a few. Firstly, we had our offices really crowded, but this, of course, was the least concern for us. We had accepted people not only from the Moscow bureau but also from the Minsk bureau, and the current time, Naстоящее время, also is relocating some of the reporters. So now our office becomes a real buzzing hub. So if we talk about this exile, the reporters from the projects such as Crim Reali and Donbas Reali, they also work in exile. You see, so they also operate remotely for 7 years. But if we are talking about the reporters from the Moscow Bureau of Radio Liberty, it would be better if you ask them directly, because now they have these challenges of finding topics from abroad. They have to find ways to talk to guests. This is their difficulty. I wanted to mention that Pavlik Bukovsky has only 5 minutes remaining here, and then he has to go. So I just wanted to ask the following question. You probably have talked to colleagues who relocated to Kiev. What were the advantages and disadvantages of it? In Ukraine, a foreign citizen cannot get proper papers unless you get proper accreditation with the MFA. The colleagues from the Radio Liberty office, they resolve it, and all the others who relocate kind of personally, and now there are about 70 colleagues from Belarus like that, they would have to deal with this. They would have to get a residence permit, and it's difficult. It's impossible to get residence permit unless you are supported by some major structure. Next, we used to have the Tutbay portal. Now it's gone, and the colleagues from Tutbay created the portal called Zerkalo, which is now based in Kiev. The newsroom is in Kiev, and for them it's a good experience, and they might make some mistakes because they don't know the Ukrainian legislation. That's why everywhere, as a media expert, I say that you have to support the Belarusian colleagues, not necessarily with money, even though money helps, of course, but you can help them with consultations so that later they would not have issues with taxation, with labor inspection, so that they would not have kind of illegal immigrants employed and so on. And the second question, who is the audience for the media in exile? Like, you supply these informational subsistence for the former audience, or you have a real opportunity to overtake new groups of audience to do this media proselytism. Yeah, and of course we are looking into getting how to reach audiences. This is probably what you mean by the proselytism. But mostly we just want to give access to alternative information for those who need it. And sometimes this need is different. It depends on what's at stakes. When people realize that their life can change any day, the interest to politics gets up. Last August, for example, all the media started writing about politics. Now, this interest is less pronounced, but we still have to respond to meet the demand of the audience. And these are people who previously took it to the street, so that is one agenda. And there are other people who simply want to have unbiased, balanced information. And then the media are now trying to find a way to do it. Some stay in Belarus. Some, like Zerkalo, they want to publish high-quality journalism, which they wouldn't be able to publish from within Belarus, but they work for the same audience. If we talk about Tutbay covering over half of Belarus, the audience is still there. It's, you know, like the vegetarians. When they're offered free meat, they would still want to have the vegetarian cuisine. So the audience is there and we can serve them. Thank you so much. And I would like to remind everyone that our colleague from Belarus has to leave for the airport. And thank you. We had Pavel Bulkovsky, the media expert from Belarus. So my question now is to Yelizaveta. We understand what became the catalyst of the protests in Belarus, the presidential elections, when the public disagreed with the electoral results which were demonstrated. And Alexander Lukashenko is now probably having the vengeance campaign against the country who rejected him. So in your opinion, in Russia, what was a similar catalyst for the latest protest campaign and for the latest crackdown on media? I would say there are three factors coinciding. Firstly, the crackdown on independent media is the story of, well, the last 10 years, well, starting from 2012. Yes, indeed. Initially, it started with the crackdown on NGOs and human rights activists, and it was not really visible. We kind of love Amnesty International, but who really takes care about them? It was like for a certain group of people only. It was not noticed en masse. But then they were cracking down, and then it was the media turn. Another factor is the parliamentary election campaign. Like, nobody really is interested in them, but they just wanted to take precautions, because they saw what happened in Belarus. There were also some protests in 2011, and they just wanted to take care. And number three is they saw Belarus, and the Ukrainian protests after 2014, well, of course, they provided some very harsh response, but they thought, okay, still, it's Ukraine, so, of course. But then they saw Belarus and they thought, wow, if Belarus took it to the streets, what's going to happen in Russia? And then after that, they said, okay, we have to crack down everything and everywhere. I would have a political question to Inna Kuznetsova, and feel free to abstain from answering. Previously, there was this idea of, let's say, a mutual memorandum of understanding. Russia today is working in the West, in the States, and Radio Liberty operated in Russia. So it was a kind of a balance. So now, when the Radio Liberty office moved to Kiev and Prague, is the memorandum over? Well, first of all, it's difficult for me to speak what was happening up there. The Moscow office has not moved out completely. They will still remain until there are court cases about these huge fines. Only when the situation would really be dire, they would finally move out. And in Russia, they think that the Krim really is a foreign agent in Russian Federation, even though it's not registered in Russia at all. It is a project operating in Ukraine. So they cannot even claim that they are foreign agents. And some of the fines and sanctions imposed, they are imposed for this Krim Reali project, which is a Ukrainian project. So I have another question on the sanctions and fines. Do I understand correctly that in Russia they have two ways to fight independent media? One case is to label the media with the status of undesired information, or the second is to label them as the foreign agent, like what happened to media and endorsed, and then it kills their business. Yes, in general, yes. The status of the foreign agent makes your business very complicated. And like Medusa and others, they were complaining that the investors actually said that they are scared to put advertising because they were scared of some repercussions. Plus, there's also scrutiny. I the undesired organization is a precedent, is when they don't only close operations for your media, well, they ban you from proceeding in your career. Because if the media reopens under a different name, if the reporters refer to their previous stories, all that is criminal. Is criminal. It's prosecution. So, like, people can never write again. Essentially, they cannot continue their careers. Yeah. So, large institutional holdings, they maybe find it easier to relocate the offices, such as Radio Liberty. But if we talk about the media, which are not that institutionalized, I mean, they are not at the level of these global holdings. Like, how many people are there who do journalism in exile, and what are the objective challenges for them? It's different, really, because every journalist is. They have their family, they have their parents, and not all of them are ready to just relocate because their whole life is there in Russia. Even though many investigative journalists from the Inside and other media, they relocated and worked abroad. But many people stay. Sometimes for personal reasons, sometimes they just want to fight to the end. They really want to make sure they ran out of all possible options. Definitely those people who faced criminal charges for libel and other reasons, yeah, they had to leave. And the challenge as well, like working as a journalist abroad is difficult. We've heard that there are investigators who operate using open source data. They work with papers mostly. But there are other journalists who mostly do shoe leather journalism. And me, as a journalist, I always talked to sources. I met them face to face. And these people were not ready to use Skype or Zoom. For them, these online communications are kind of dubious. And this makes my life more difficult. If I want to write something about Russia and I'm in Kiev now, I can't. And there are other situations when, for example, you receive some leaks, but you have to verify them and you have to go somewhere in person. There was this famous case when Bellingcat and the Insider, they investigated in Chipiga and Mishkin, the poisoners of Skripal, and they had the copies of passport which the Bellingcat received from the source, and they had the passport numbers. But the other important part of the story was done by the partners from the Insider, who came to this village in Arkhangelsk region, who found this old lady and said, yeah, that was the guy who got this medal from Putin. So without these two parts, the story would not be complete. So when you don't physically have the possibility to go there in person, to go into the country, it makes your life difficult. And when you're labeled as a foreign agent, or when your media is labeled as an undesired, you can't even find a stringer, because locally people are oppressed, and people are saying that sorry, I wouldn't work for you. Like Radio Liberty was famous in Russia because they had a wide network of stringers and freelancers in the regions. I think they have the largest regional network of correspondents, and these people, well, they are desperate. Each of them, they are daring, and they are also labeled as foreign agents. But for the rest, well, it's scary. It's one thing when you live in Moscow or when you live in a smaller town.
I look at the stories produced by Donbass Realia, how people walk on the street and ask them, what do you think about the Russian passports being issued, what they think about the parliamentary election, Russian parliament. Yes, but they change their voices. So hence the question to it, there's Krim Reali, Donbass Reali, media in exile, you have the Stringer network. How does the system work? How can you protect the person who is helping to prepare content for these media platforms from this territory of occupied peninsula and occupied Donbass? As Lisa said, these are desperate people. It's extremely dangerous. There are several cases known by everyone because, I wouldn't mention people who are working at the moment because we don't want to expose them. Vlad Yusupenko, Crimean court is hearing his case tomorrow. The charges have been pressed already, and I think the prosecutors will address the court, and they want, I think, 12 to 18 years of incarceration because the person was feeling the surveys of population. Vlad Yusupenko was detained on the 10th of March after he has filmed something next to Taras Shevchenko monument, and he filmed how flowers were being put next to the monument. They gave him an improvised explosive device without him knowing, and therefore he's incriminated for what have you. Stanislav Aseyev, he was a columnist, but his pen name was Stanislav Vasev. He's also charged with extremism activities, and he was sentenced for 15 years of prison, even though he served 2 years of that sentence. Semyon Nikolai was also given a 2-year sentence because he was writing for us. He was not charged as a spy, but he was charged as an extremism, that he was undermining the territorial setup of the Russian Federation, even though the Russian Federation has actually occupied these areas. This is dangerous. Only passionate journalists, people who are passionate about their motherland and their country can do that. Yeah, I remember there was a guy who always quote unquoted DNR, and he faced charges for something else. My question to Yelizaveta. Pavlyuk Bukovsky said that there's a big demand in Belarus who want quality information, i.e. not government-fed and sponsored media. Tut.by and other Belarus non-public media had a very large audience. In Russia, do you think there's demand for quality journalism, for non-state media? Objectively, could you give us the percentage? How many people in Russia are interested in that? Pavel, I'm a journalist. I can't speak for entire people of Russia. They're very different. I have my own social bubble. But obviously there is demand for independent information. People sense, even those who watch TV every day, they understand that this is a reality that is misleading. If they really want information, if there is a fire or an explosion in the city, they will not watch the first channel. They will look at Medusa and other media outlets who have been deemed oppositional. It's like the USSR. The USSR feeling, if something serious happens, the state media will never show you what it is, but will show you the Swan Lake Valley. But as in any country, I believe there's a small percentage of people with critical thinking, people who have higher education, who are interested in the agenda, the news agenda. And there's something you could say it's a nuclear audience of Moscow old liberal intelligentsia. In the 90s, they fought for their freedom and they defended their freedom, and they still watch it. I also think we underestimate young audience. We have no idea what they want, what they're watching. You look across different parameters, there are more young people there. During the Navalny protest, there was a whole load of TikTok videos how they're going to vote for Navalny. And you can see people who were older than 15 years, older than 20 years, and they show an interest in media because they have learned the ropes, they know how internet works. The demand is there, but if people are willing to read media in exile is yet to be discovered. Elizabeth, there is another interesting issue here, taking into account Ukrainian experience. There are important markers here. There are people who pronounce v in Ukraine, meaning in Ukraine, will not read the media, who use the Russian version of preposition na Ukrainie, meaning in Ukraine as well. So those who participated in Maidan will never legitimize Russian flags in the Crimea. So, what if Russian media in exile wants to talk to the Russian audience remaining in the territory of the Russian Federation? Then what are those covert markers like Shibboleth will help the Russian audience recognize them as one of their own? Or what topics should be avoided so the Russian audience will not identify you as one of the outside? Pavel, I don't think we have a way of selling friend or foe. It was common, though, because it was widely believed 8 to 6% of the Russians support the Crimean annexation. So it was allegedly, you couldn't say that Crimea is not ours. But I think it's more of a myth. I worked in various media who wrote that the Crimea was annexed and never recognized it as part of Russia. And they wrote that the international community has not been recognized. And there were many pretexts for outrage, but I don't remember any outrage related to specific language. Oh dear, the Crimea is ours. I'll never read the Russian BBC service because they didn't recognize that Crimea is ours. I think markers depend on different groups of people. There are many people who are convinced in this huge geopolitical conspiracy, and they believe that Russia is against the Western world, and everything that's happening is the US attacking the Russia, and the so-called independent media just help the US to undermine the Russian state. These people think this principle. They don't care what the media is actually trying to communicate. They will always see it that way. There are other people who believe that there are people who want to undermine their traditional values. So you could have a case protecting women and children, and they will see like you want to take the children away from the families. But I can't really make any comparisons to Ukraine. My question to Inna Kuznetsova. Look at the stats, how often Crim Rally is visited. Can you call it a success stories based on stats, based on figures of the number of visits on the website? Also the question about the residents of the occupied peninsula and the residents of the occupied territories actually visiting the websites. Pavel, Crim Reali is ranked first in the Crimea, so they visit us pretty often. there's shortage of coverage of Crimean events in the Crimea. You can watch the Russian media that mostly criticize Ukraine, whereas in the Crimea, either everything is fine, or if things are criticized, it happens only after Aksionov criticize someone. So if it's licensed by the local authorities, you can criticize that. So Crim, Realia and Donbass, Realia media outlets are reporting what is actually happening and how it's actually happening. So they give the stories that the Crimean residents will never get from the local media. For example, talking about water, right? Fresh water. Russia is pushing the subject of of the subject of water desalinization, but they never tell about the price. It's expensive. It will never be scaled up across the whole peninsula. And Krim Reali are telling the truth of what can happen and what cannot happen. And on top of that, you get stories that are widely read and listened, because we're talking about Krim Reali, and they are in FM range that reaches the Crimean Peninsula. So they listen a lot and they read and they watch a lot. I'm talking about one of the stories, how the British Navy ship entered the waters. There was 1 million views because people were interested in that. In Donbass, there are some interesting topics you will never read or listen about. Working in exile, you can tell something to people that local media definitely can't tell. Or they covered one perspective and you can cover it from a totally different perspective. Sometimes maybe because things were overlooked, they showed a video, and it could be a video on your smartphone and it was posted in social media, and you can show that this shooting came not from here but from there, and you can prove it. These things have high value and are popular. Yelizaveta, a question to you. How deep is the rabbit hole? Tatiana Stanovaya, I remember, wrote that she thinks that the point of no return was the poisoning of Navalny. She used this metaphor that control or handling of the opposition that are outside the system, and then the FSB, the security service, took over from Kremlin. As of September 2021, we have seen foreign agents or undesirable organizations enforced in Ukraine, and there's a sort of cleansing of media landscape, a process that started back in 2012 and is now in the home stretch. What is Russian media landscape in 2 years' time? What do you think? Well, I think when there's ultimate crackdown, I think some new media projects will emerge, and they're going to be even worse for the Russian authorities. So if the Russian authority thought that V-Times media outlet was a threat, even though they only had a Telegram channel that covered businesses and they were supposed to be a threat, and then they will cite something that would be far more dangerous than the Grani website that was closed down long ago. I think the radical activists, they leave Russia, and at some point they will just be totally lost, and the only media outlets that would be extremely critical. So now there will be stagnation, and then some new things will spring up. Friends, if you have questions, we have time for them. Let's start with you.
Hello. I have a question to Yelizaveta. It's a bit of a political question. Now the election campaign is starting, and there's a party called Новые люди, new people, and you also have parties such as Яблоко and Партия Роста, Party of Growth. So why are there these kind of liberal-oriented parties? What are their intentions? Is it just a game of the government? And are there people in Russia who can lobby for the freedom of speech, for independent media? Are there other politicians besides Navalny? Okay, let's start with the parties. The party called Яблоко, the apple, it's a very old party and well known. It has its core election base, and it's quite stable. They have always been voting for Яблоко. They will donate to Яблоко. There are not many of them, but they are very kind of stable. They believe this idea. And like looking abstractly, if you just read the party programs, then yeah, Яблоко is quite liberal. But the problem is that their leader, Yavlinsky, due to his age or some personal memorandum of understanding, so to say, he expresses some strange ideas. For example, lately he said that Navalny is rocking the boat in Russia, so it was quite unusual. So they also had some weird situation when they elected the party leadership. So they do have some core election base, but they don't have wide support. Perhaps in some regions they do have bigger support if they promoted some activists to a regional position. Also, we have the so-called parties of decent people, which are created almost before any election campaign, supported by the Kremlin. We used to have the parties of Titov and Prokhorov. We had candidate Sobchak, and now this party, Новые люди, the new people. So this is something that this is a party which never criticizes. They never oppose too much. They kind of say that they support liberal reforms. They would like to have good people. They attract good people. But you look at them, they are kind of decent. But you understand that it's like another game of the Kremlin. But they're decent. But usually they get like 3%. So they get some electorate. The Kremlin thinks that they used it properly, that they managed to kind of to push down the protesters with this initiative. Everybody's happy, and then they sit in the parliament and never say a word. But like nobody actually believes that they can change anything. The only useful thing is that sometimes in the regions they manage to promote some regional activists because it is an opportunity in the regions. And what was the second question? Yavlinsky, I respect him. I followed his career, and I favored him for quite some time. And yeah, in abstract terms, if tomorrow, say, Putin and all his friends and all the vertical disappears, if Yavlinsky gets the power, of course he would support the freedom of press and the grants and supporting independent media and so on. But in reality, like now, in the current system, if Yavlinsky gets 30%, I don't actually think it's possible. But anyway, let's imagine he gets appointed as the vice speaker of the parliament, and he proposes, and he has this status. He is high enough to propose the removal of the status of foreign agents. When I look at the current Yavlinsky, I doubt he is going to do that. Viktor Zhik, a freelancer from the city of Dnipro. My question is, what is the impact of the media in exile onto Russian audiences? People like Sasha Sotnik or Kasparov.ru. Well, Kasparov.ru has been blocked in Russia, which makes the impact onto the Russian audience challenging. But when they were operating, like 10 years ago, there were people who were reading it and they reposted it. So these are kind of people who like talking about politics. It was not super influential, but it was a media with its audience. And well, media in exile, they all have its audience. There are people who have negative attitude to it. Well, but there are many people who believe the conspiracy of the West against Russia. They believe that now there's a geopolitical war, and they really believe that it is only the state debt and its subsidiaries and agents and the Soros guys fighting the Russians. And Medusa is one of them? Yeah, yeah, it looks like they are now also media in exile. They are the biggest, and they have a big advantage, which other resources from exile don't have, because they are a news media. They make news, they make popular stories, they make games, they make native ads. It's not only like one ad a week, like the Insider, even though the Insider also has news, but less of them, or not like iStories, which publishes like a long read once or twice a week. So Medusa, they are a brand. Hi, my name is Yaroslav, and I'm from the Ukrainian media called The Babel. I've been following the protests in Belarus and Russia, and when I thought that they have a chance to change the game, they had a very clear narrative that we don't want to have it like in Ukraine. We don't want to turn it into Maidan. So now we sit in a former residence of the dictator. So I'm thinking of different paths for the society. So would there be a point in the path of Belarus and Russia where being like in Ukraine would no longer be scary? Here there are two components in this question. First, about we don't want to have it like in Ukraine. First of all, this is a scary tale promoted by the Russian state, the Russian official media. Do you want to have the same situation as in Ukraine? And like for the last 8 years, the Russian media only depicted Ukraine as a failed state. Like we all live in poverty. The president is stupid. Like if you switch a Russian TV channel, you can see only this. But you better not do it, because it would be a hazard for your mental health. But even people who clearly understand what the Russian propaganda is, if they don't watch TVs, they still are in the same narrative, because there are kind of different memes on social networks, and there are all these Prigozhin's initiatives, and they still have this subliminal feeling that, yeah, Maidan was okay, but what have they achieved, you know? So even people who are supporting Ukraine, and they really think that it was a good thing to kick Yanukovych out, they still receive this subliminal message, and kind of it creates the background. But specifically, if we talk about the protests, when they said that it's not like in Ukraine, they meant violence. When in Russia and in Belarus there were protests, I already was in Ukraine. So we talked a lot to the Russian and Belarusian colleagues, and every time it was the following. The Ukrainian colleagues and activists said, "Oh my God, you are pushing the police van. Oh, Belarus, you take your shoes off when you step up onto the bench. Like, you have to throw the bench to the police." Like, in this sense, the Russian and the Belarusian protests, they wanted to highlight that they were non-violent. They have no firearms. They don't throw stones. They don't set fires. So they wanted to highlight that. And I do think there is a point of no return. The more people move to Ukraine, the more people create these the communication links, the more colleagues in Belarus are now saying, yeah, we want to have it like in Ukraine. We have only 7 minutes left, and I am not showing the cheek. I would follow the Old Testament, so I will be very strict with the knife for an eye. So, do you think the media would help people differentiate throwing stones to the police and and putting the benches upside down? That putting the benches upside down is not violence. Well, when in Russia we had independent medias, they provided objective information, at least from what I saw. I can't speak about all the media in Russia, but I personally saw that it was there. But now, once again, we have the subliminal effect and the kind of the background information. Even if there are several unbiased, objective media in Russia, they cannot overtake and they cannot counter the avalanche of propaganda and myths in the Russian official propaganda. Also, we must remember that there are children growing up who didn't hear what it was. They only hear it from their parents and their teachers. And the teachers say, oh, in Ukraine they had these scary things. They were setting fire to the tires and some blood was spilled, and here they are. So even people who want to be objective, they sometimes just have this idea. Oleg Peretyako, I'm a journalist from Luhansk. I'm resettled now. So my question is, yesterday we heard the colleagues from Belarus, and they said that there's crackdown and there's no perspective in Belarus. In Russia, things look similar. Looks like it's a desert and there's no way to express any opposition views. My question to you is the following. Do you think there is a glimmer of hope? Well, I believe that there's a glimmer of hope. There's always hope. But and I also respect and I support the colleagues in Russia who remain, who work there, despite the oppression and sometimes even personal oppression. And I support them really, and I support their decision to do whatever they can do. Until Russia has journalists who are doing their best in the current situation, understanding the risk, well, there's hope. And the last question. My name is Olena. I am a regional investigative journalism from the Transcarpathian region. So my question is, in Russia, are there independent regional media? Actually, yes, it's been a latest trend. We have very good investigative media in the regions. The new projects, and they are working with international partners like OCCRP, and yes, it's difficult for them. Yes, they experience even bigger pressure than the federal media, because the federal media, at least they have the world's attention, and the regional media, they don't have that. But they produce a lot of very good local stories, so yes, they're there. Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to say thanks to our colleagues to Елизавета Surnachova, the former deputy editor of Project, which was considered the unwanted organization in Russia, and Inna Kuznetsova from Radio Liberty in Ukraine.
Таню, іди сюди, іди сюди. Ти мені якраз...
Tanya, I need you. Come to me. Friends, closing remarks now. Thank you all for coming here. This festival is for you. Thank you to the speaker. Thank you for sharing the information you have, the experience you have, your way of doing journalism, because you do it the best way possible in Ukraine, in regions. I thank the attendees. Thank you for listening, enjoying, chatting. I am elated if you could incorporate some of the things that you've heard here in your work. But my greatest desire is that you take your inspiration from Bellingcat, from international colleagues, from other colleagues. I know you're doing a great job. I'm sure of it. I basically know everyone here. I can say what your name is. MezhyhiryaFest community is expanding year by year. And I am excited to see you come. It's great that here in Yanukovych's house we can do a festival for journalists, for investigative journalists, for media managers, that we can speak our minds about improvements we want to see, about things that work in media businesses and non-media businesses, and what works in journalism, on the best ways to cover things. I'm so excited to see you every year, for making this festival possible, for sharing the information. My thanks goes out to the team, actually. It's hard work. It's strenuous work. Our work is be journalists and to teach others. Oftentimes we are not actually event managers organizing a conference. Maybe it seems to you like a big event. It certainly is to us. It's strenuous work. We work hard so that it's important to you. A shout out to my team. Wow, what a sprint that was. I thank Evgenia Olinik. Maybe she will say a couple of words. I thank Alexander Voloshin from Slitstvo Info. Maybe you want to take the mic and really say something. Yes. And we cooperated with Yanukovych Leaks last year more. This year we cooperated more Slitstvo Inform. A team of 15 was working for the last 6 months, has made this possible for you. Yes, and they are here, and welcome them here. Please come up. Olha Valkevich, Ilina Hulyuk. She was the management garden manager for you. She put it together. We put together investigative, and Sasha, maybe we should really give you the floor. Dear friends, I'm so excited to see you all, especially after a very long break where we only talked online. Finally, we can come here in person. I'm elated that we were supported by the donors, because we were in two minds, and the donors said, well, you should do it online, no money anymore. But still, it's been 4 years since we started an enormous project in the east of Ukraine and 4 regions. It's going to be big, it's going to be great, it's going to be fabulous. Please fill out the questionnaire that was sent to you, because we want to find out about your needs, about your status and your progress. Hopefully this was helpful to you, and hopefully you will do great stories. We read you, we keep track of what you're doing. We love you very, very much. Do you want me to talk about how we did and organized all those sections? Well, Christo Grozev, we signed him up a week ago. He was just walking around in Media Forum and nobody really invited him to speak. And this is Christo Grozev. There are great speakers that we forget about, and they're in our hearts. And you are our future speakers, inter alia. These people who are inspired now but will inspire other later. These are the people for whose sake we and you are working. And this is a festival, first and foremost, after all. Yeah, some people were dancing next to the DJ, and they were having fun. Четверта Vlada, we give you a big hand. our major goal as co-organizers are, after all, being a journalist, writing stories. And it's about passion, it's about being volunteer, it's about the desire being close to you. And hopefully, if you want, you can join us and you can share your own ideas, because we want to grow, we want to improve the events that we're doing. We not only want to be the biggest festival of investigative journalism, not only in Europe, but also globally. Guy, can you just say a couple of words? Maybe your impression, your feedback. Yes, I know, it's always difficult. Oh, you shouldn't have given the floor to me. Because I will not only talk about positive things. I was freezing, as a matter of fact. And so were many people, I believe. Yeah, because I froze. And this is the worst thing. When I looked at the agenda, I flew in from another country here and I was exhausted. It took me 16 hours of traveling and I haven't slept for 32 hours before that. I came here yesterday. I saw people I haven't seen for at least 2 years. And I looked at 30 to 40% are mentee participants of our other projects. And I saw them share their stories. And it was such a pleasant sight. It's not that they have shown like twofold progress or 75% progress, but in 2 minutes they could communicate so much. And I haven't seen them like in a couple of years. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be rude right now. It took 2 hours of in-depth interviews for some people for me to understand them. And they could communicate everything in just 2 minutes. Четверта Vlada became a big team from a very, very small project. They are as cool as any of the speakers that you invited. And they are certainly future speakers. It was so interesting for me to listen to them. I was also very happy to see Vidznaka, colleagues from HAM, from Suspilne. Suspilne, I think they were the first to be awarded by MezhyhiryaFest. And it's just think of all the competition, it's crazy. Thanks to this festival, thanks to Media Development Foundation team, and thanks to all other projects that you do, the market might not be that strong yet, but it's really growing dynamically. I think it's a big positive thing. So a big shout out to you and your team. I know there's more people. There are dozens of volunteers, people who couldn't be fit in this room. But I hope that next year the weather will be better. Yanukovych will not be here to stop it. He will not return. And I think we will have at least 2,000 people present here. This is the platform that is there for the best event held in the world. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I also wanted to say that maybe Anastasia will say a couple of words. I just wanted to say that, you know how I said that he froze, everybody froze, but our volunteers were outside all day, during the entire 2 days, and they froze indeed, and they tried to, and they contributed to this festival, such as us. Therefore, could we thank the volunteer when you head home? Could you please thank them verbally? And we will also applaud that. Tanya Kondrashova, we thank you. Tanya, thank you so much. You're somewhere out there. We thank you. Anastasia. Anastasia made it possible for us to have this international level with the Belarusians, this last panel and Belarusian panel. Hi, everyone. On behalf of my last nerve cell, I would like to thank you. It was a blast. Finally, I met most of you offline because I met most of you online before. I would like to give a separate big thanks of the participants of Accelerator in 2020 because you were mine first participants and you finally pitched your project, you graduated. My congratulations. And I thank the participants of my accelerator for being here. As all of that was happening, I was watching you and I realized, yes, everything's fine. Everything's great. Things are working. I thank the volunteers, special thanks to them. I thank the NGF and all the mentors and all the teams and the Belarusian representatives who aren't present here already, but thank you so much. Well, I don't know what to say. I have not been prepared. I want to give my thanks to all the panelists today, especially Management Gardens, to all the media managers. I believe over the course of the last 4 years since we had the accelerators, there is a big change in the understanding in the newsroom. Not of the priorities, but also the role models. Is it just about quality content, but also how we generate that content? What are the business processes if there's burnout in the newsrooms, about KPIs, etc. So people started paying attention not only to content, but to other processes that support the generation of better quality content for the audience. My big thanks to those who contributed to the development of the market. Our experts, our mentors, our mentees who want to implement all these new ideas in their region to educate the market in the region. So I wrap up. I thank to all the managers in the newsrooms who are the ambassadors of better change, who make people happier, make them earn more, and make their media better commercial success. Probably, I will not tell you anything new. I thank you. A special thanks to every guest for getting here. Not only getting to Kiev, but going as far as to Mezhyhirya. It's great that we saw each other, that we talked to each other, that we chatted, that we learned from each other. Yesterday, when I saw such a great number of people, I thought, wow, we got all those people to get together. We are important for so many people. It was the feeling that you get when the feeling that you will think back to often, thinking like, wow, it was a blast. Thank you. You're great. Thanks for coming. Thanks for doing a super important thing. I was wondering if anybody else wanted to say something. Okay. 5:15. This is when the bus departs. Congratulate yourselves. You're doing great journalism. Thank you for coming. Thank you.